watching a BASS presentation.
Bassmaster Live, and here we go. Day number 2 of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. The first time the Elites have been here since all the way back in 2016. We have a full field today. Our live coverage presented by FXR. Full field will fish today, trying to make 50 spots in tomorrow's semifinal Saturday action. But we got a lot of fishing to get done before then. We've had a big day yesterday. It's a complex place, this Wheeler Lake. It's on the Tennessee River. We weren't on the Tennessee River last year except for the classic Davey Height, and it's always a different set of problems, a different set of challenges for these guys, and they did the best they could under some not perfectly ideal circumstances.
Yeah, you know, the Tennessee River is always changing. The vegetation changes from one year to the next. It's been quite a while since we've been here to Wheeler Lake, and it's such a big fishery, and this time of year, fish are scattered out. We saw yesterday, and we talked about a lot of diversity in what we would see the anglers fishing, from fishing shoreline to offshore, really deep. From one dam, the upper dam there at Guntersville, all the way down to the lower dam, we had anglers spread out and catching fish throughout. Most of the anglers would like to have more generation, more current. We've had that, or they've had that there at Wheeler Lake all spring, leading up to about a week ago. Yeah. The Elites are on the way. Let's stop the rain and slow down the current. So that slowed things down. Some of the anglers that caught them, though, John Cox and Greg Hackney, said, you know, I've adjusted to it. I kind of like the conditions. I'm glad they're the same today. Yeah, a lot of people like what it looks, just as it is at every tournament. Some anglers love exactly what's going on. Others are kind of fighting a battle against it. And we will see what happens during the course of today. Ingalls Harbor, a great takeoff facility here in Decatur, Alabama here. This is the second largest lake in Alabama, about 67,000 acres and about 60 miles long and 1,000 miles of shoreline. Of course, they'll be checking bars and shell beds and stuff in the main river, adjacent to the main river, and lots of places to go and hide as well. As a matter of fact, as far as we know, that's the way our leader got it done yesterday. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and Classic Champ. Ronnie Moore is with us, and Mike Sucon as well, and ready to go for another day. Something tells me that it's going to be hard. I think there's going to be a lot of change, a lot of flip-flop on that leaderboard today. I agree with you 100%. We'll see some anglers that caught them really good yesterday, not catch them so good. Cliff Prince struggling a little bit this morning compared to yesterday. He had most of his weight by about 7:30, 8 o'clock yesterday. So we'll see the board change for sure. But I really think it's interesting to listen to some of the anglers that caught them good yesterday saying, hey, we all wanted more current flow. We all know that the fish bite better when that happens, but I've adjusted to it, and there's some big fish in the area. I just slow down and catch 18 to 20 pounds again today like a Greg Hackney. All right, and Ronnie, we're getting into grinding time for a lot of these anglers who have not gotten the job, who have not gotten things locked down points-wise. At this point in the season, what's standing out to you at this point right now, one day in?
Well, the last thing that a lot of these anglers who need to make up points want to see is maybe tough grinder fishing in June, but that does open up the possibility for people to slip and fall, and you can rise up there. I do not believe that everyone in the field thought there would be 22 bags over 15 pounds. They did catch them pretty good yesterday, especially with the conditions, and so we'll see it again. But there are some names, some shockers, some guys who even thrive with technology or thrive without it, that really struggled yesterday.
We'll definitely look into that. And speaking of real numbers, Such, really compare this tournament's numbers day one with the last time we were here in 2016.
2016, we only had 7 bags over 20 pounds all week. We had one today, and I don't know if we're going to see, you know, multiple, like Takahiro Mori had a 25-pound bag on the final day. He had 3 of the 7 20-pound bags. I don't know if we're going to have that this week.
We got a bigger bass this year than last year, right?
Well, we got a bigger bass, a 7.9 from Greg Hackney, and even the Open, 6.14 was the big bass in both those 2 events.
Well, can't wait to see what we're going to see today out there. Day number 2, moving day. You got to get in the top 50 today. Let's get out with our 6, who will be with live all day long, including the man from Palatka, Florida, 12th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Cliff Prince. Cliff has been busy this morning. Of course, they took off more than an hour ago, so the fishing has been going on.
Got him that time.
This was earlier.
Davey, how you talked about his spot on the Decatur Flats, about the size of the scale that they put the fish on at the weigh-in yesterday, and he was worried to get first shot at it today, but it looks like, at least right now, caught numbers, maybe not the giants.
Yeah, absolutely. It's typical
Tennessee River. Really, you want to say post-spawn, but honestly, it's Tennessee River, Tennessee River, Tennessee River. There are always some fish. They're on shell bars, around vegetation, and that's exactly what Cliff Prince is fishing. It's a small little area, some shell in the area, grass around it, and those fish seem to, when they set up and want to feed, they get around the edge of that vegetation relating to that shell bar. And he said, I caught what I weighed in yesterday in the first hour and a half or so, but I stayed in that area, basically circling it all day, and about once an hour, fish would come up and school, and so obviously he didn't catch them all, and good start for him this morning.
We're live with Cliff right now.
You are live. Why don't you give us an update this morning? How's things been?
Man, it's a little slower than it was yesterday, but I mean, I kind of figured that. These fish seem to bite a little bit later in the morning yesterday, better. The bigger ones did anyway, so still got plenty of confidence. There's plenty of fish here. I just got to find out where they're sitting. Yesterday they kind of move, 15, 20 yards at a time, and once you relocate them, you'd catch 3 or 4, and then they'd kind of settle down, and you'd have to either slow down and drag something or just wait until they started biting again. So we're a long ways from where I wanted to be, but we got a good start. We got 4, lost 1 decent one. Yesterday I lost a couple too, so still got a lot of confidence in this spot. We just gotta wait them out and let them start feeding again and catch us a couple 5-pounders.
We've caught smallmouth and largemouth there yesterday on the Decatur Flats. Only fishing about 4 or 5 feet deep.
19.4 yesterday. He's got 4 fish and about 7 pounds, 4 ounces unofficially as it stands right now.
I really didn't try a whole lot of baits yesterday. I pretty much caught everything on one bait. I'm gonna rotate through a few things today if they get hard to bite, get them, maybe get a couple extra bites today that I didn't get yesterday, but I quit about 8:30, 9 o'clock yesterday, so, and they were still active through the day, so we just got to be patient and catch what bites.
Cliff said he had a local non-tournament angler with him yesterday at this spot right here. And I'm prepared to rub rails with him all day if that's what it takes. I like this spot.
Caught most of his fish on a 1/2-ounce chatterbait with a little ball swim bait as a trailer.
Oh, how about it? Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Alex Redwine with a 4.5 pounder. He had 13-11 yesterday from 35th. He's in 4th place right now with 4 fish, a little more than 9 pounds today.
I think there were quite a few anglers yesterday, Tommy, that were shocked when they caught 12.5 to 14 pounds, and they thought they'd be much higher in the standings. But 12.5 has you right at the cut line. You were spot on that it's going to be probably at least 12 a day to make the cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
12 pounds is precarious out here today. Got to get it done today, that is for sure. Be interesting. John Garrett said, man, I had the perfect day yesterday. See, he's one of the guys that just loved everything that was very experienced rookie out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is earlier.
There's one. John's another one. He's roommates with Logan Parks. We got to see Logan on live yesterday. John stopped by after he had an easy 15 to 16 pounds and checked on him. And I got a feeling we're going to see a big bait rotation with him too. I think there's going to be, he's a Tennessee River kid. I feel like there's going to be multiple things we're going to see him catch fish on today for sure.
That was fish number 1 we just witnessed there.
Look at his Humminbird 360 there. He used that a lot in his victory there at Harris Chain. He talked about how important it was for him there at the Harris Chain where he got his first Elite Series win.
See, like around 2 o'clock, right as after the second ring, you start to see a couple objects, maybe some stumps, some shallow, maybe some clumps of grass as well.
Hooked up again. A little earlier.
That ain't small. Quit jumping. Come get in the boat, baby. Good. There we go. There we go. Got Strike King finesse worm in there. Had to pull out the little rod to get him. Ate it good though. Good morning, guys. So it is 7 o'clock and we got one that I'd like to weigh in. Been a little slower than I thought, but we got a long day and I feel like we got some good places to fish, so I still feel good about it. Going to probably sit here a little longer and might give these a break, let them set back up. They never really set up this morning. I think I may have got here too early. They didn't get a chance to group up on it. But not too bad of a morning. I mean, got one good one, probably over 3, not real sure, but then there's another, keeper. So not a bad morning, not a great morning, but not a bad morning either. So drag around a little bit and we'll see what happens. We got a long time to get 5 good ones. I mean, I'm not really expecting to catch another 19 pounds, but I would love to do 15 for the next 3 days and see where that puts me. So.
What do you think makes Wheeler like? We talked about this area.
So yesterday we were talking about, not really sure about how much experience John had on Wheeler, but I did ask him that last night. Only the second time he's ever fished here.
Really?
Yes. The Open last year and then here. That really surprised me. He said, yeah, I've fished the Tennessee River throughout, but not very often at Wheeler, just for the Open last year. This is my second time here, so very impressive for his second trip to this lake and the good start he had yesterday. And just talking to him, his knowledge about, hey, I know everything just happened for me perfectly yesterday, but I've got this going, I've got this going, I've got these baits. I mean, he's a great fisherman, a great young fisherman.
And we heard him talking before we got started today about, the importance of getting in the right rotation, which has always been a deal here at Wheeler. You've been here dozens of times, Davey, and that's kind of part of the reputation here. That's how good fishing gets done here. Another angler we'll be with all day long is a multiple winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. One of the legends, 25th year with the Bassmasters is Greg Hackney.
Take a look at where Greg's at. I think he used less fuel than Cliff Prince yesterday, if that tells you anything, and I think Cliff said he used 3 gallons. So Greg Hackney basically straight across from the takeoff, right in the middle of let's say the heart of Decatur Flats. So many bass caught in this area through the years.
That's not what we got us an 8-ouncer if he's a keeper on the freaking big jig, son. Look, that big hook went right through the side of his head. That's terrible. I mean, not even a
any trouble making 12. I mean, literally 8 ounces. Literally, like not even made up 8 ounces for me.
Not even made up 8 ounces for me. A lot in that statement there, wasn't
Yeah, there was. There was some underlying patterns under there, for sure.
Yes.
Let's get out with John Crews. A great tournament here back in 2016, 8 years ago. A big day yesterday. We had him in the lead in our unofficial leaderboard for most of the day.
There he is. Got that one. Come here, buddy. Get in here. Put him right in the old camera bag. It's supposed to. 2-pounder. It's a start. Get him pumped up.
Let's go.
First fish of the day for John Crews. Looks like a vibrating jig is his bait of choice this morning also.
Yeah. Like Greg Hackney, also in his 25th year with the Bassmasters.
Yeah, you know, we started out this morning on the spot where I had a bunch of bites yesterday, and it was dead. It was dead this morning, so that kind of stunk. But that's part of fishing. You know, you got to adapt and keep going. So we went to another area where I caught a few decent ones yesterday, and that area was had a ton of carp action and a lot of floating eelgrass. It was basically unfishable. So this is kind of basically a fourth area to kind of get going, and we finally got a keeper, you know, 2-pounder, 2.2 maybe. So we'll kind of just keep plugging along. I'm going to beat this a little bit right here. See if he's got any company.
Been a very slow start to the season for John Crews, but picked up at Lake Murray, finished in 17th place, carrying a little net, hooked up again.
Get in here, little buddy. Hey ho. This one really is getting in your camera bag. Not quite as big.
They're coming to us live now.
All right.
You know, talk to us about our little area back here.
All right, well, we made it in here. Gosh, we barely got in. So far, it's been kind of slow, but I mean, we are in here a little bit earlier. I really felt like right here, I just saw one moving there, but it must have just kept moving. But yeah, we're pretty much just in this little pond here. Yesterday, it was about the 10th stop I made, you know, trying to get my first keeper, and ended up just blasting them, you know, and caught them really good. And yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a grind, but you know, I don't know if I caught them all yesterday, but they were just coming up and hailing the Swamp Lord. It was like nothing. It was like one of the best frog fishing days I've ever had. And a lot of them were like this and just in the open. You know, some was up under the mats, but a lot of them were just eating it out in the open stuff. But you know, we're gonna find out today. I mean, we're gonna try to just stay in here all day and grind on them, and we'll see. I mean, if this is the spot, you know, we'll hopefully get another good limit, and if it's not the spot, hopefully we'll catch enough to get paid, you know.
Well, Well, John Cox has got to get out of there as well. He claims the water's been falling out of there steadily since he arrived on the scene earlier in the week.
Let's see a little bit of that best frog action ever for John Cox.
Absolutely, yeah, that's looking for that. John Cox is a Tennessee River specialist. Don't let the Florida residency fool you. He has done a lot of big things on this Tennessee River here, but it's Texan Ray Hanselman on top right now with Cliff Prince. We saw him put 4 in early. Alex Redwine, John Garrett rounding out our top 4.
So what happens on the Tennessee River, a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes, just sometimes they quit running that water. And the fish are out there and they chase whatever the forage is, shad, gizzard shad, bluegills, whatever's out there that they're usually eating in the current. And they seem to push a lot of that stuff to the bank. Man, it was all the swamp floor. This bait's been hot. Good luck trying to find any right now. Jordan Lee just won a tournament on tow with it the other day, and I've been throwing. Well, I'm still shaking. That's how explosive the bites were today. I'm still shaking, and I'll be lucky if I can sleep tonight. But didn't get many bites on it, but I've been throwing it a lot in Florida. Man, they love this thing. You know, you look at it and you think, oh, it's just a regular old frog. But Bobby Lane really put a lot of time in on this thing, and man, there's just something about it. I don't know what it is. Hopefully tomorrow you guys will see. Getting some open water hits with it too. So, but the big ones really like it, and yeah, maybe we'll make the cut on it tomorrow.
Bass Pro Shops top lures. John Cox, if you're just checking in on this tournament right here on Wheeler Lake, John Cox was the big story from day number 1, knocking out 22 pounds and 2 ounces way back in the back of one of our creeks. A little hard to get to spot. Pond fishing, he likened it to. And let's get out to him right now. You can see fairly well where he's situated, and with frog in hand, we are told.
I'm curious because I was curious because I was thinking that maybe since I caught so many of them yesterday, they won't have any competition. But look, that's when you know you got the right swamp fluid on. Swallowing. Look at this thing. Look how chewed up this thing is. Oh, look at that. Man, Jordan Lee won last week with it. Went to order a few online. They were all sold out, and luckily I have 2 of them. 2 of that color anyways. Awesome frog. In this setup, man. So I was throwing it, you know, I moved over to Fenwick this year, and I was throwing it on a 7.2 heavy moderate fast. And man, I just, you know, I was missing some fish and I couldn't figure out what it was. So I stepped to the 7 heavy extra fast, because that's what that's what some of them guys were throwing the other day. And man, it's just awesome. It has really nice tips so you can walk it, and then a lot of backbone to drill the hook in them. Oh God, I love that. Oh, let's get another one. I was just thinking, I was like, if there's not many in there, I don't know if they'll, because yesterday they were just hitting it like there was like, you know, there was multiple fishing under some of the stuff. Yeah, that was all. I better turn the light on. Oh. I mean, was he a 2-pounder, man? Yeah, you can just put him in as 2.
John mentioned about the way the fish were biting yesterday, made him feel comfortable that there were more fish in this little pond area, that typically they'll be more aggressive and those bites will be a lot more explosive when there are other fish around. A lot of what we saw at Lake Murray, those fish on blueback herring, groups of fish, once they do attack, they're super aggressive.
Let's get back over to Cliff Prince. That's your Humminbird Lowrance bird's eye view. Yeah. And offering us some great pictures all through yesterday. So some terrific shots, and really kind of helped to paint the picture of how these guys are set up and where.
You see the vegetation there around Cliff Prince, all around him, but the area that he's been able to catch these fish is a little clean spot. He said there's Small shell bed, about 10 by 10.
Another 2-pounder. Makes 5, doesn't it?
Cliff, rounding down a little bit, those 2-pounders, a lot of them look like 2.5, 2 3/4.
I don't want to get on top of them, you know.
And the smile he had with his first keeper he swung in was probably closer to 3. He wouldn't mind weighing that one in for sure.
Yep.
Earlier this morning. That's kind of the bonus. You want to set the tone with 19 pounds on day 1, and you want to keep getting 19-pound bags, but you now know you did something that most of the field won't do, which is catch almost 20 pounds on a day. 13, 14, 15 pounds will get you through and keep you in contention in the weekend.
2 boats are sitting there. Him and Reeland Ray Hanselman were out there too.
I always enjoy talking to the anglers in the afternoon after they've had a good day. They're always in a good mood.
Yeah.
They're almost always in a good mood, but feels little. Yeah. Greg Hackney, all the experience on the Tennessee River and the number of times he's fished Wheeler, this is the first time he said he's ever fished Decatur Flats. He's always tried to avoid
always back up and
go somewhere else because
yeah,
it gets so much attention.
Yeah.
But. I was surprised yesterday that when we were around that area and I'd watched the cameras, not a lot of people out there yesterday, and I don't think there's a lot there today either.
One good thing about the flats, I know you've been here throughout the first couple of these series events we've had.
I don't feel like too much on there.
Not every time we came they had grass necessarily on the Decatur Flat. There's time there was no grass in Wheeler, and then times there was. So if you're not going to have current flow, and it's only going to be 4 to 8 feet deep in places, the fact that there is grass present will allow these fish to have somewhere to hide instead of waiting for current to flow to get behind something. You know, like so. With there not being much current movement, you at least can trust that those fish didn't swim hundreds of yards away to the next place, that there's plenty of places for them to be.
It's, you know,
which is good and bad.
Obviously called the Decatur Flats, but it's a maze of contours, ditches, and little turns, shell bars, hard bottom, vegetation, a lot of stumps. And it's, and Hackney talked about that yesterday. You know, once you get out there and start spending a little time, the more you realize what's there, and all the, you know, 40 boats can fish there, and everybody be doing their own deal, and you know, not on top of one another, because there's so much there with the changing contours, the different vegetations, the stumps, soft bottom, hard bottom.
We heard Hackney say that Hanselman was nearby. Hanselman was the 3rd flight guy out there. He must have got a prime spot. He's got
First
almost
limit.
14 pounds.
Yeah, he was the first limit guy as well, jumped up to the lead.
From 19th. Well, after a tournament like this, he started 79th in AOY. Right now, at first, he's 50th. That gives you a little hope that you can make the Classic, be in our top 40.
That's why it does look like doom and gloom, but like a guy like Seth Feider started the week in 90th place, 101 points, or 100 points even from the Classic cut line. And now when you look at how Seth Feider in the top 20 after yesterday, what that does for you, it moved him all the way up from 90th into 67th. And so now he is roughly He's got 263 and 342. So now instead of being over 100 points back, he's around 70 to 80 points. And then you need to get another top 20 next week, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, 90th to 67th. One is doom and gloom, and the other one is I can do this.
Yeah.
I can do this.
Our second rookie winner for 2024 was this man right here, John Garrett at the Harris Chain of lakes down in Florida. So much confidence in one particular shell bar there that just absolutely paid for him. He had the discipline to stay there, not get discouraged, and boy, it paid off big time.
It definitely did. The discipline is certainly the thing that jumps out at me. There we go. John Garrett, a lot of people thought he'd be on the elites a few years before before he made it here, but he did make it here this year, and no surprise to see him have success. I don't know if we expected him to have a victory, hold that blue trophy quite this quick, but the patience he had to be able to say, hey, if I'm going to have a chance to win this tournament, I need to stay on this spot, rotate with baits, and try to figure out how to get these fish to bite because they're the right ones, the right size. And certainly the key to him holding that blue trophy is his patience paid off.
Rookie
Broke out
with
the hair jig on day 3 that surprised a lot of people. Harris Chain of Lakes, hair jig, really?
Yep, it sure is.
John coming into the event. Oh, he's hooked up. Wow.
That's a big one, I think. Good one. Feel her teeth rubbing. Yeah, you're good.
I was going to say that well over 100 points behind Trey McKinney in Rookie of the Year. Not even in our top 3 for Rookie of the Year. And after Trey's not fall, he's in the 40s. John is now within like 65 points.
Man, this was a puller. There we go.
Solid fish there.
There we go. Yeah, that's a good one. That'll work. Give Kyle and Sego a little love back there. Here from Bass Live. Beautiful Wheeler bass. Gorgeous. There we go.
Thank you, John Garrett. Nice looking fish right there. John's a rookie, but he's been in some big time situations plenty of times before. Won the college bracket back in 2016 to afford himself a trip into the Classic 2017. He's a well-traveled rookie.
He'd love for his second Classic, Tommy, to also be in the state of Texas. He was at Conroe in 2017. He would love to get to Ray Roberts, and he's set himself up well through 5.5 events.
Yeah. Back to Cliff Prince. Caught that limit fish about 15 minutes ago.
There we go. There we go. There we
And
go.
as small as fish is 1 pound. This
That's
fish
what
will
we're looking for.
Help a lot.
That's what we're looking for there, brother.
4 pounder?
5 of those today.
I agree.
Listed at just under 10 with his limit, but you also maybe had a little more than that.
Yes.
So this could put him up.
I want to see this
13
1
pounder.
pounder because we haven't seen a 1 pounder. Maybe he caught it before we were with him this morning, but
And if it is truly one, it's the only one that he has that's that small.
Yes.
Everything else is a decent keeper that you would be okay with being your smallest.
well, that is a
That's
small
a
one.
1 pounder.
We didn't see that one. Now he's not going to have diversity in his live well.
Yeah, exactly. He needs
Maybe some variety.
You got to get a mixture of sizes, you know.
Yeah, and smallmouth, you know.
Oh, no.
A couple spots.
It's got hung on her home. Dang it. Oh, one grabbed it off the stump. Oh, yeah, a good one, too. One peeled it off the stump I was hung on.
John Garrett just thought he had a good day yesterday. When they take it off the stump you hung on, you're having a real good day.
That'll work. I was hung in their house, and it pulled my bait out for me. What is that? Is that 5?
That's 5.
That's 5. Look at that. There's 4 in that one. One over here. There's a limit.
Please check and make
That'll
sure,
work.
John.
Yes, please.
He would have already been a 2-time Classic qualifier, Tommy. He would have won on the Arkansas River in Muskogee if he didn't have a culling infraction.
People, it's the first time it's happened to me.
One of his near misses.
Do you really?
What, 3.5? He's kind of skinny.
I always hear people like, man, I was hung on a rock and one 5-pounder pulled it off for me.
Man.
Prince's last fish did go in as a 3.5 pounder, giving him the lead with 31.5 pounds.
So what does he have unofficially today?
Today, 12.4. That's small one. Unofficially.
Yeah, that's definitely unofficial. I'm officially say that he's got
14.
14, 15.
Yeah.
But hey, that's good.
What a start.
Good.
Enjoying
Great
watching
start.
this fish catching between Cliff Prince.
Just got a
John
text
Garrett.
from a friend of mine, known him for 20 years. Wheeler is his home late. He's a great fisherman. Let's just say his name is Jay, and he said John Garrett is on a money spot.
All right.
Looks like Cliff Prince is on a money spot.
I would
also.
agree with both of these guys. Are good stuff there from Cliff Prince and John Garrett to get our day up and rolling. 6 a.m. Central Time, local time. And they've got about 6 more. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Speaking of Humminbird, we got to share with you right now. Our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Always gives us a perspective on exactly what's going on there. This is our anglers, how they are laid out. All of our field of 100, even 100 anglers out here gunning for 50 spots. Tomorrow's semifinal.
Yeah, take a look. Starting at the Guntersville Dam, you saw Will Davis and Justin Hamner. They were up there yesterday.
Yes,
Justin Hamner, heard him on stage say that he caught what he caught in about an hour and got out of there. So maybe some big things happening around the Guntersville Dam that we'll learn more about today. Matty Wong, Gerald Swindle, Joya.
Man, what a tough day for him yesterday.
Yes.
In the 90s, him and Taku back to back.
Him and Taku, like 92 and 93. Very, very unusual to see those anglers. See the most of the anglers ride around close to takeoff. Trey McKinney there, there are a lot of them there. The Decatur Flat area, whether they're fishing the main river channel itself or out on the flats, you'll see that's going to always have the most pressure as you go down the lake. You see kind of spread out, but from one end to the other, Lake Wheeler is alive and well.
Yeah, much of that 60 miles being utilized here by our 100th day. Big day. You want all the fishing days you've got left available to you in this 2024 season, and their numbers are diminishing as we go along.
Would really like to get in that over 16 today, but we got a long day. And man, great start. How tough the fishing is, I cannot complain with that. So with how bad this school is looking, I feel lucky to catch that. So Yeah, so I mean, I feel like I'm going to be repeating myself from what I was saying at the Harris chain, but it's painting a really good picture of what's right on the bottom, and with how shallow we are, it's hard to see them on anything else, and they're literally glued to the bottom, crawling around in those shells. So when that 360 pans around, I'll see a few shadows and throw at them. I lost one of those last 2 fish I caught were actually on a really short stump I saw on the 360. So it's anywhere you have groups of bass that live real tight to the bottom, that thing is very, very handy. And you can see some of the stumps around my boat right now. Those far waypoints out there are where that school gets. I'm kind of making long casts to them right now, so we can't get a good view. I'm trying to stay off of them, but overall update, I'm happy with it. I feel good. Got a few more places to run. Hopefully try to upgrade. I found a place yesterday afternoon that I hope plays today. Hope they stay there. It's a do nothing place, so I don't know if they'll sit still or not, but that's probably where we're going to go pretty soon. So good morning. I'm happy with it.
Start of the day sitting in 7th place. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points rookie John Garrett, pretty much performing like an accomplished veteran out here, to no one's surprise, really, Davey.
He really is, and you look unofficially in 2nd place, Bassmaster Angler of the Year points there. Rookie of the Year and Bassmaster Angler of the Year shaping up very close to the same.
Absolutely.
Trey McKinney in 1st, John Garrett in 2nd. Wesley Gore, Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams, J.C. Tompkins.
Yeah, that's the full top 10 in the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list right there, and we have seen good stuff from every single one on that list right there. They come ready to play in this day and age on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey McKinney still leading the way, John Garrett.
Tommy Garrett started this event 118 points behind McKinney. Now he's only 77, so he's gaining a good chunk right now. But McKinney, report on him, he's got 3 fish for about 5 pounds. He's in the 20s right now, but of course we got all the
finished in the 30s yesterday, right? First look at Matty Wong. Good day for him yesterday.
Just try to settle in and relax, try to get a fish. My initial plan was to go and get some spots, but it seems like a few other people jumped on that train and kind of pressured them. They kind of moved off of where I was catching them, and the wipers kind of moved in and were creating havoc with my with my spoon this morning. I mean, it was fun catching them, but not the target species. So right now I'm just trying to check in on some grass that I have here, and then just waiting a little bit longer for the sun to come up before I can go and hit some of my more primary stuff. So just trying to get a bonus fish or two just to kind of settle the nerves, because man, when I thought that I would be able to go and run and get a quick limit of spots relatively fast, but that was not the case. So sometimes you gotta just make adjustments on the fly, and I'm trying to do that now. These fish are really inactive, and you know, on the TVA you have generators that pull current, and right now it's still like a lake. You can tell the boat's kind of sideways and not moving. So without current, those fish aren't going to position up in these feeding positions. Well, I think that sounded right. They're more apt to kind of either pull into grass or to just kind of be inactive. Not to say that you can't catch them. I think you just got to really slow down. So I think one of the the key things, what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of dragging a football jig and a shaky head around and just trying to kind of not really kill time, but wait for the sun to come up a little bit more, to position shade lines the way that I want them. And got to remember, with the sun being all of the mighty powerful sun, it positions fish onto certain banks. And my bite and the fish that I've been kind of targeting have been on deeper cut banks that have some wood on them. And so without the sun being up super high, I think those fish are still out in the grass, kind of roaming around and whatnot, and then they suck up into the cover as the day goes on. So what I'm doing right now is just trying to hopefully catch a fish or two. But again, yesterday I didn't have my first fish in the box until I think like 8:30 or something like that. So it's always nerve-wracking when you don't have a fish, but it takes a while sometimes to get a day started, and all you can do is just keep your head in a positive space and just kind of keep it chunking.
Well, Matty Wong, big day yesterday, 19 pounds and 6 ounces to be in third place to start the day, just an ounce behind John Garrett. It's been a season in which he's made 2 cuts out of 5 events, but he hasn't had any super high number finishes, so he's hanging in there in the low 30s. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points by any reckoning. So far, a successful season for Matty Wong.
He did tell me last night that he would not go to his best area where he caught his fish yesterday until about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So
yeah,
he had this plan coming into
stay in the course.
There he is right there. That feels like a pretty good fish. I don't know, he's getting smaller. Getting smaller. I don't know. I don't know if he'll help me or not, y'all. He's fatter than some of them.
Cliff Prince, big favorite among all the anglers out here. Mr. Palatka, Florida.
Yeah.
Always has a great disposition and a good attitude. It's great to see him doing a good job out here. Let's talk about his strategy here for everybody. Cliff Prince and all of them. Current is always playing in the background.
Win a day, but hopefully I don't need them.
That's your VMC on point. Cliff Prince. The current concerns out there, everybody, he's right, everybody wants to see him start pulling some current here, but Matty Wong expressed it, and every last one of these anglers would probably appreciate that.
You say that as an angler because, you know, more current usually means more fish, but when you figure out how to catch them without the current, then maybe you're thinking, you know, I'll be just fine if they don't pull current today.
That was a good point.
He is very little. Stop. He got it, though. Holy bum. He got it. I think he's a keeper. Oh, yeah. He's 13 inches. He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. Get rid of. Yeah. A little better.
John Garrett just keeps upgrading little by little.
He's a fish catching machine out there today. I said Cliff was out here too. Cliff's been out here 14 years.
Got you that time. Oh yeah.
Ooh. Better one.
Yeah, that'll call one. We getting there slowly but surely. Another 3-pounder.
John Garrett's last fish had given him the lead. Cliff Prince just took it back, right back.
Back and forth. Very similar to yesterday with both of these anglers, and they both kicked it in neutral about within an hour from now, in my opinion, yesterday. I know Cliff said he did. It appeared that John Garrett did. I hope they lean on them all day today, just for us.
For our benefit. What about us?
Hey, and if you're gonna save them, make sure they're still gonna be there tomorrow for fox and stuff. That'll be fine. If you're gonna lean on them, let's lean on them today. If you're gonna save them, let's make sure that
they need to make up their mind one way or the other.
Yeah, just tell us.
I don't know. I don't know if they can see the bait better or what.
Hooked up again.
I don't think he's gonna help me none.
Looks like fun out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wish they were 5-pounders where we can just lay off of them now. Catching some that I don't need to be catching.
I'm sure there's a couple big ones.
Boy, I saw a dry jump then. All the way from Little Rock, Arkansas, I saw a dry twig.
He did. He reinforced what you said, Davey. These are 5-pounders. He'd be gone by now.
Yes. Yes. He's starting to think it now.
Son, he wanted it too.
That last fish that he threw back without even looking at it twice was a little more than 2. It's saying his smallest fish is 2, but I'm thinking it's 2.5 to 2 3/4. That's that fish in his hand there is definitely over 2 pounds.
On Bass Track, he's got 2 2-0s, 2 3-0s, and the 3.5 for 13.5, 32.12 total.
Let's get over to Greg Hackney. Greg was 6th here in 2016 and 6th here in 2011 as well.
Oh, wow.
The previous time.
He's got 4 very little fish.
We're mixing it up. Oh, yeah, that was just a timing thing.
That's a solid fish.
Mm-hmm. Just
Number
a timing
5.
thing.
Oh, number 4?
And he didn't bite very good, though.
A little bigger company there in the live well. That's a good keeper right there, Greg Hackney. Terrific day yesterday, trying to get things cranked up today size-wise. We got plenty more to go. Still got more of the morning to fish here. Day number 2, Wheeler Lake. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. This is day number 2. Interesting day so far. A lot of interesting storylines out there today. We have been very much entertained by the 2 anglers at the top of our leaderboard right now, Cliff Prince and John Garrett. This is John Garrett from a Lowrance bird's eye view camera right there. John Garrett, the rookie, Cliff Prince, the 14-year veteran of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Both of them on a good spot and staying the course, sitting there and catching lots of fish. No giants yet, but enough to put them 1 and 2. They've been going back and forth on top of the leaderboard, Prince then Garrett and vice versa.
We've seen these bird's eye views. How many years now? You take them for granted. That's good stuff.
It
See
is
him
good
fighting
stuff.
that fish from the air. See his Lou's logo off the side of his boat down on the water.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Ray Hanselman still has the big bag of the day. 15-7.
The whole school moved to stumps.
Ray started outside our top 10, so we do not have a camera live with him today. Looking ever more like we'll have one with him tomorrow, though. Cliff Prince, John Garrett, another one put in the boat there.
Which, if you remember, Ray Hanselman had a tough start to a season in his home states,
Texas,
Louisiana and Texas, but St. John's was good, Murray was good. Got to see
I
him
think
on
I picked
camera in
him
both of them.
to be the dark horse guy to potentially win Toledo Bend, and I think he finished dead last. So real close to it. I promised him I would never pick him again.
Real dark horse.
Cliff's
a lot
got
of
another
success there.
Yeah.
I think that will call one. Maybe.
Solid fish there.
Be close.
Fish is closer to 3 pounds than it is 2 even.
Just by a little bit.
Here's your leader to start the day on the right, John Cox.
Only one bass so far. Right? Here we go.
Gosh, I took my eye off it for a second. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, the heat was getting to me, and I started looking back. I don't even know what I was doing. God, got him on the swim jig. Max sent me junk. There we go. That's a nice one there. All right. Well, that's one down. We got 2 in there. It's one of the size we need. Here we go. Oh, hey, that might have been the one that I think we'll get a check with that one as long as we make it back. If we don't catch anything the rest of the day, that is a win for this place. Whew. Awesome. That was crazy. I just think I'm trying to, like, in my head, I feel good about in here. I feel like there's definitely more fish than I thought. And I'm just trying to figure it out, and my brain is just, you know, it's so hard to throw anything here because this dying milfoil is like, I mean, even the frog has a hard time getting through it. It just wants to stick to your line. But that guy, he was way out on a little piece of dead milfoil.
it was probably better that I didn't watch him eat it because if I probably would have jerked it away from him. 3. Gosh, that was awesome.
Poor Cliff Prince just keeps catching them. I think the size is quite what it was yesterday, but his smallest fish is over 2.5,
Yeah.
a little over 2.5.
Gotta be.
I don't think he's gonna help us now, do you? I know for a fact he won't, but look at that one bobber on it. No way.
There are a lot of anglers out there right now. Some of the best anglers in the world banging their head against the console trying to get a bite right now. And Cliff Prince is making it look so easy.
Every now and then when you
He
get
can't
one
hardly get his
bite,
bait back to the boat.
He doesn't eat it, one eats it after him, or it's the same fish chasing it. There he is right there, god dang. There he is again.
When he doesn't catch one, he just misses 2 per cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian Smith, who's started 9th place, fell in the 40s, just caught his first fish. Drew Cook, who was 7th, down to 32nd, does not have a fish, and Matty Wong is still fishless. But he said he's going to his place around 8:30, best spot.
A lot of good fish catching going on this morning.
Fun to watch this morning. Cliff Prince and John Garrett putting on a show. Ray Hanselman outside of our camera range has been doing very well, and those 3 have separated themselves from the rest of the pack by about 3 pounds. Laying the foundation for making it to, looks like they are going to make it to Saturday. Semi-final Saturday here. You got to be in the top 50. I think they've locked down spots. Our top 3 for sure. We'll see who else can climb into that designation when we come back and fish on through the morning. Each one of these Tennessee River lakes is unique and different and special to fishermen. You're watching the Wheeler Lake Whataburger Bassmaster Elite coming to you from Decatur. Wheeler Lake between the Gunnersville Dam and Rogersville for the Wilson Dam. It's about 60 miles, a lot of it being utilized today by 100 anglers out there, day number 2 of this 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Ronnie Moore, I know you're going to enlighten us about something here.
We're going to do our best over here at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge. This is the moving point in the season. We talked about it. If you caught them in the first 5 events, awesome. You're in contention to make the Classic, maybe Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, all those battles that we talk about. But for those who haven't caught them at this point in the season, you have 4 events left, so you better start now. And even guys that were 90th, 93rd, 94th, you think maybe they can't make the Classic, 4 really good events to end the season could do that. And so when we think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, 2 guys in Bucket E, the bottom bucket, the bottom 20 and Angler of the Year, that really needed a good event. And you would have thought if we put up this, who had a good day 1, we would be at the St. Johns River, with that being Cliff Prince's home, that being a place that John Crews has a victory at as well. But no, at Wheeler Lake, that's where they see their uptick and a much needed day one success. First right now on Bass Track, Cliff Prince having a great day 2 so far. John Crews hanging tough in the top 10 and 9th. That's the kind of finish that you're going to need if you want to make the Bassmaster Classic, or at least salvage the second half of your season, improve your AOY average, all of those different things. And the other aspect of it, when we think about the other hand, which is Falcon rods drain the lake, we talked about the Alabama anglers, 13 in our field of 99 today fishing. And after day one, guys, 5 of them were in the top 25 and 8 of them were in the top 50. So not necessarily home cooking for any of these anglers. Wheeler wouldn't be their home lake, specifically, but they have tangible skill there. They know how the Tennessee River fishes. They know what to do, what not to do. And for 8 of the 13 Alabama anglers, they're showing out so far in the cut. They would love to make it to Saturday, be able to fish in the top 50, and maybe we'll see 1 or 2, because we had 2 in the top 10 after day 1. Maybe 2 will advance to Championship Sunday. So at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, a little bit of uptick in productivity for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, and a bright spot for Falcon rods drain the lake.
Absolutely. We do have a momentary deficit as far as Alabama anglers in our top 10 right now. We got the one, Justin Hamner.
Yes.
Our classic champ, our reigning world champion.
Will Davis is knocking on the door, though.
Yep. He's up
14th place.
Expected him to do well here.
The Guntersville Dam.
Yeah.
Will surprise him that the 2 anglers in the top 10 from Alabama are so far away from the Decatur Flats.
No kidding. I mean, that's a... Decatur Flats are legendary and always the focus of the fishing in most tournaments here.
Once upon a time, you went up on the Tennessee River in some tail races up by some maybe flowing water. Yours was really flowing. Theirs might not be flowing.
I was fishing some concrete. That's right.
Long, looking for his first keeper. This could be it.
I think you were there with me, Ronnie, weren't you? Were you covering
and
that
the hat pops
No, that was,
no?
I think I was pre-pubescent, I think. What was that? What year was that? 2011? 2000?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh.
No.
8:30, right on schedule.
Seal.
Well, that's right.
Took a little bit of time. But we got one, guys. Looks like a 2-pounder. But right now, I think these fish are setting up off of Main Lake Channel, and they are they're basically feeding on outside stuff. I need to try and see if I can clear my scale out. I'm like trying to do 2 things at once. I want to show you guys what's going on, how I caught this fish, but I also want to take care of her as well. Okay, 2-pounder. 2-pounder to start the morn. Very cool. Yeah, so like I was saying, they're I think they're set up in a way where when the current's not pulling, they're still there, and there's still ways to catch them. And I think when you slow down, I think a lot of people get in this mentality like, oh, I'm on a river system, I'm gonna crank and do all this fast stuff. But I think you gotta sometimes just slow down, read the conditions, and you can still get these fish to bite. Shout out to Will Davis and Will Davis Jr. Thanks for your shaky heads, bud. They work, so that's a good thing. But yeah, no, I think downsizing to something more subtle, like a shaky head, and just working it slow, like counting rocks slow. And so I'm fishing this on 12-pound FC Sniper, and this Megabass Destroyer This is called the X-Bites. This is one of my favorite light Texas rig, finesse jig, and also shaky heads. So when you can feel the bottom, that's super important. And when you got a strong line and you trust everything, that's Exhibit A. So let's keep it going.
Well, Manny on the board now. Big day yesterday, as we said, 19 pounds and 6 ounces. Got a little bit of ground to make up today. Make sure put himself in a good position after day number 1. Back over to Greg Hackney.
So it's been slower this morning than yesterday morning, but that's really by design because I didn't fish like this yesterday morning until about right now. I started doing it, and of course this is how I caught my biggest fish yesterday. So I just wanted to try it early to see if maybe it seemed like they were biting when I got here yesterday about 8:30. So I just wanted to keep them honest this morning, and it's been real slow. It's actually gotten better when the sun got up a little higher and it slicked off and the wind quit blowing. I've had a couple bites, you know. I've got a little limit, a couple tiny bass, but I'll probably fish here, you know, at least as long as I did yesterday while they were biting, you know, during that period. I'll give it to about 10:30 before we do something else. I got a lot of other places that have fish. I've just had 3. I lost a big one here yesterday, caught a 4-pounder in practice, caught a 7-pounder yesterday. So there's potential here to catch a big one. I'm really fishing for 1 bite. I didn't come here to catch a limit. You know, I come here to catch hopefully 1 or 2 big ones. Because like I said, I had 2 big bites here yesterday. So get to about 10:30 and then we're just gonna roll around. I got some more grass to fish. I got some winding places. Because actually yesterday I weighed, 2 of the fish I weighed I caught on the Thunder Cricket. One of them was late in the day after 1 o'clock yesterday. So I think the wind's supposed to pick up after lunch. And I'll probably go back to winding then, and we'll flip grass till then. Big jig. I mean, I just have a lot of confidence. And fishing's tough, so one of those, there were several guys yesterday that were either right below me or right above me that had 6-pounders. You know, so the big bass, man, for some reason yesterday, there must have been like 15 bass over 6 caught. So something was special about yesterday. You know, because typically here, you know, you catch a 6-pounder, especially this time of the year, I mean, it's hard to catch 6-pounders here. And for there to be that many caught yesterday, something was going on special. So we're hoping about 9 o'clock it's gonna happen again today.
I'd like to see something happen about 10 o'clock.
No, absolutely.
And even right now, I wouldn't hate it.
I certainly like seeing someone pitching a jig looking for 1 or 2 bites, especially when it's Greg Hackney.
No
Something
doubt.
just happened for Bob Downey. Caught our Phoenix Boats big bass of the morning so far, 5-pound, 4 ounce.
All right.
He was 85th yesterday. He's in the 20s right now with 11.5 on 4 fish.
Hackney, that was interesting what he said.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't quite that many, but how many 6-pounders yesterday, Sue? Do you know? 6 or 8 anyway.
Well,
right?
yeah, there was, you know, the Cox and Rivette both had 612s. And
I think Prince was just under. He had like a heavy 5 for his
5.2 for Prince, and Wesley Gore had a 5.15. I don't remember. There were a lot of other big fish that they didn't weigh because it's already the big fish weighed in.
John Cruz made a move, and look at that. Wow.
Kind of, you know, I mentioned fun to watch him catch him on a jig or fishing with a jig. That was pretty fun right there. Yeah.
Barely hooked. Barely hooked. Let's go. It's got me.
A lot of hooks.
Whew. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Oh.
You want to talk about the most reminiscent catch from 2016? Was he had that same deal?
Oh very same setup. I was just about to say that.
Exact.
I'm betting it's the same place.
My buffoonery. It's okay. It's okay fish landing. If I'm judging it. Oh yeah, right through that piece there.
He's got 3 for 415. This probably doubles his weight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, I can't. My hands are shaking so bad, and I can't see worth a crap. Yeah, this fish was hooked. Thank the Lord. I can't. We're over here in the bushes. Come on, get off of there. There's your 5-pounder. Fish.
Oh.
Huh? Oh yeah. What?
What's that? What's that music? What's that noise?
Wait a minute.
I'd say that's Power Pole Replay of the Day. And it's music, not noise, when you see someone catch a 5-pounder on a topwater walking bait back in a little hidey hole creek.
Nice.
Can't believe John Cox hadn't found this spot. Maybe he's saving it till later. John Crews only had 4 pounds and change in the boat so far this morning, but this cast with a topwater walking bait is why John Crews gets excited even with all his experience out on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He said, I am shaking. I can't get this fish unhooked. Power Pole Replay today. John Crews with a 5-pounder on top.
What a place, what a catch. Man, oh man. That's enough to get you fired up.
Oh yeah?
Back in our top 10 at 5th. They put that in as a 4-pound, 9-ounce fish, Davey. 4.9.
4.9.
Put it in as
right after he said it's a 5-pounder. Why do they do that to us?
We can see them. They know we can see them, right?
Hey, you mentioned Bob Downey, big jump up today a little bit. He could make the Classic with only 8 events. He missed the Harris Chain one. He's still 76th coming into the tournament in points. He could totally still make the Classic.
Right now, it's got him at 59th on AOI on the updated Bass Track.
There we go.
That's a better one.
Oh yeah. Stay on, baby. Did he come off? No, he's just not biting yet. Won't you do it?
Wow. This one will definitely help him. I don't know if it's a 5-pounder, but it's a solid fish for Cliff Prince. Don't you do it.
Oh.
It's a 4-pounder.
Give me some knuckles on that one, son. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're fishing for right there. I seen them come up, bust over here, and one little old shad come up. Choo choo. Yeah, dog, that's a good one there, boy. We'll put.
5-pounders shape up that limit.
Yeah,
Fine
I think it is
fashion
closer
right
to
there.
5. That might be a solid 5.
He's got to be rolling up on 17, 18 pounds for sure.
Out on the Decatur Flats, all the way back in a little hidey hole creek, they are biting this morning. Things are picking up.
Getting good. Wasn't bad to start with. Cliff Prince and John Garrett leading the way. John Crews putting himself right back in the conversation. And Ray Hanselman, out of our vision, is actually catching bigger numbers than Cliff Prince is. So we got a lot of great stories, a lot of stuff that makes you want to stick around for more at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake. It's a man of the hour right there. Florida's Cliff Prince and the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. 6th stop of the year for the Elite Series. This is day number 2 action. We got the full field out there trying to make it in, but Cliff Prince has been putting on a show. He has got one specific little spot there.
Give you a look at our current conditions. Well, actually, what's coming today is 95 degrees. It'll be a good warm one out there on the water. The humidity is on the rise as well, so seems to happen every summer in Alabama. It's just hot weather kind of moves in.
Wind's supposed to pick up this afternoon, though.
Hey, if you got no current, take some wind, wouldn't you?
The wind will help the fishing. It'll also help these fishermen feel a little better. A little wind goes a long way at 95 degrees on Wheeler Lake.
That's your TH Marine Weather Watch.
Yesterday, they jumped up generation around between 9 and 10 o'clock from 13,000 to 23,000. So they may do that again today.
All right. Oh man, it's been a pretty good morning. I haven't caught quite the quality I did yesterday. About the same amount of numbers. I've only caught really, one really nice one and then one better than average. But I mean, I'm tickled where I'm at. I'd like to have one or two more big ones, but I also don't want to beat them up either because they've kind of moved around a little bit. I think this is pretty close to where I caught the couple big ones yesterday, but the smaller group kind of moved over a little bit further, but which is not a bad thing. I mean, it gives you more area to cover, but I don't know. They're still here within a 50 yards from where I caught them yesterday, so as long as they keep biting the next couple of days, I think we'll be all right. We may not win it, but make a good showing anyway. We get a couple more of those 5-pounders, though, we'll be all right. Man, I don't know. I haven't looked at the major feed. I know these fish bite better. Bernie even said it yesterday when we were talking that they bit better when it slicked off, which whatever reason that is. You would think that with the water clarity that they would bite when the winds blows, but that hadn't been the case, and maybe they can pick up on the bait a little bit better. I don't know, but yesterday was the key time to catch my big ones about this same time yesterday. And the numbers were about the same time yesterday morning, so God dang, one just knocked the fire out of it.
A lot of fish around where Cliff Prince is. Honestly, he's getting a bite almost every cast. Whether he hooks up or not is a different story, but he is getting a bite almost every cast. Seems like the area is bigger than what he thought. He talked about that just a little bit.
He said they thought they had a little bit different spots today. Hate to leave Cliff Prince, but you hate to leave John Crews knowing what we saw just a few minutes ago.
I'm very happy of it.
In this little corner.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Not the size of the one a few minutes ago, but.
Get up in here. Get up in here. Ow. It's in my skin. No. I have a tough skin. It's okay. That'll work. That's a 3-pounder right there. Oh, great job. Some kind of strong hands you have, John. Whoa. I had pliers in one hand. I'm trying to be a hero.
John Crews picking a good place to finish out his limit there with a 5 and a 3. Back to Greg Hackney, who also has made mention of this time of day as far as a good time to catch a big one.
Greg's another angler to mention. He actually thought it got better when it slicked off and the sun got up a little bit where he could see these clumps of grass. And for the first time, I can see them around him. You see the little, the like thunderheads of vegetation.
This first fish has bit me all week on the bottom. Got it on the bottom. Might have run it down. Got it on the bottom. So let me show you, that's not a very big fish, but when you compare it to that one, it is. That's how you make your fish look big, see? You show them little bitty ones.
It is all relative. That is a nice fish compared to the one he released.
Yeah, I remember he had an 8 and 11 to start the day.
Got it on the bottom.
8 ounces, I should
Yes.
say.
8 ounce, 10 ounce, and 11 ounce.
Yeah.
I think
on
that's
his bass track right now. That one get rid
I
of
made that
small
hot
one.
lap through here yesterday with that freaking jig.
I see. He said he was stunned to catch that 7-pound 9 ouncer yesterday.
I bet.
That's a big fish post spawn at Wheeler. That's a big fish. 7 ounce. And he said, I talked to him a little bit last night about it, that just a beautiful fish, healthy looking. The mouth was relatively small for the weight and all, just a very, very good looking, healthy
The only
fish.
thing, you know, what I was thinking, the only good thing is I'm the only one here. The other places where some of those guys caught some of the better bags, they might not have been able to get on them today. Somebody else may have got on them because they were, yeah. When nobody tried to come here yesterday, I knew that was going to be in my favor for sure. Just because I wouldn't have to share it for one, and then I wouldn't have to worry about, you know, somebody fishing them when I wasn't here. Other than locals, you know.
Cliff Prince mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah.
That no cold one. If we can get him in. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's solid.
Yes, I love it when a plan comes together.
Short, stocky fish right there.
That's a
too.
4-pounder, close to it. Yes, sir. All day. That's pretty good coil, isn't it? Let's see what we got here. Make sure we're coiling the right one, just to be safe. Ain't bigger than that one. Bigger than that one. That's right, bigger than that one.
Well, we're watching Cliff Prince here, making sure he's going to call the right one. He might be checking on this tournament, see what's going on with the leader, John Cox, to start the day, 22 plus yesterday, and he's at 5 pounds and 12 ounces with 3 fish as it stands right now.
Come on with that.
We'll be back to visit him, I'm sure, soon enough.
Yeah, John only caught 7 bass yesterday.
Yeah.
So
wasn't like
it's not a surprise.
Not
that
one of
he's-
these deals like with Cliff Prince. Yeah.
Not a surprise that he only has 3 so far.
Was it him that said some pretty good bit of bait showed up later in the day, too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Surprisingly, 20 feet deep all the way back in that pond, hole, whatever you might want to call it, where John is. So there's deep water there. Those fish could be resident fish. Maybe they'll move up later in the day like they did yesterday for him. You don't need many like those 6-pounders he caught yesterday. I talk about all the time, you only need to catch 5. You don't have to catch 25. Our format is your biggest 5. And you can be like John Cox and only catch 7 yesterday, but have 22 pounds. There's some guys that caught 12 or 15 bass and didn't have 15 pounds.
Right.
Their biggest 5.
So which tack do you prefer? Ray Hanselman has 15 fish on his bass track, second biggest bag of the day, almost 16 pounds, and Cliff Prince has 11 fish he's caught, and he's got the biggest bag.
Well, you get a sense of confidence. You get a sense of confidence by catching numbers, but it still boils down to you've got to have the average size fish needs to be solid.
Drew Cook, who started in our top 10, just caught his first fish at 312, then he caught a 1-pounder. So he's making his way back up. So those guys who are waiting for this sun to get up and the fish to position, like Wong.
I would feel better with 18 or 19 pounds on day 1 on the Decatur Flats than having 22 pounds on day 1 back in a pond with 7 bites. Just reloading. We all know these fish can possibly reload on the Decatur Flats. We've seen them do it year in and year out. I'd be more concerned if I was in the back of Spring Creek.
Prince's bass track says 18 pounds, 8 ounces right now.
Probably more, we are thinking. What a day for Cliff Prince after a slow start to his season. Man, he is his day to shine, yesterday and today. We're not out of our morning session yet. Don't go away. We would take a break and come right back to Lake Wheeler. TGIF, happy Friday to you. This is the second day of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite here at Wheeler Lake, which is the 6th stop of the year of the 9 events that make up the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2024. And a 14-year veteran of the Bassmaster Elite Series finds himself on top of the leaderboard right now. We have had a ball watching Cliff Prince just catch them one after the other throughout this morning. And man, made a big move, and he's equaled his, I would say equaled his yesterday's weight of 19 plus, very close to that. John Garrett, we watched him as well, catching good ones during the course of this morning, but maybe more, even more numbers than Cliff Prince has been Ray Hanselman of Texas, who started in 19th place today. And he's going to be our Mercury move of the day, Davey Hyde.
Mercury move of the day. He's caught a lot of fish today. You see his best 5 here. Started out this morning, 741, which is a little slower start than a lot of guys hope to get. The sun coming up. We've heard from the anglers all week during practice, man, when the sun gets up, it gets tough, but not so much for Ray Hanselman. The sun is very much up in the sky there at 7:41 in the morning. The first fish being a 3-pounder, but then you see a 4-pounder, 214, 3-1, 3-4, all solid fish, the ones you want here. This week, been a little difficult, but Ray Hanselman says it's not been tough for me. Probably already caught a dozen fish this morning with his total weight unofficially being 16 pounds, 3 ounces. Ray Hanselman, Mercury move of the day.
As pointed out earlier, Ray from Texas started out, as our tour did, with 2 events in Texas and did not fare well there, but went to Florida, got a little better, and yeah, he is coming into his own here on the Tennessee River. Here's a Tennessee River expert right here, our leader to start the day with 22 pounds and 6 ounces, John Cox. Found a place to get away from the world a little bit, get a little peace and quiet. Let's take a look at how he got there.
Boy, did he. Look at the little canal that he traveled through to get to the backwater area where he caught those big fish. 22 pounds yesterday. I said yesterday when Gerald Swindle went to Spring Creek to fish some brush piles, I'm surprised because Spring Creek is always a player. I'm surprised we haven't heard of anyone catching a good solid limit from Spring Creek. Well, we just didn't know that John Cox was in the back of the back of Spring Creek. Typical John Cox fashion, a little pond back here. He said he caught a few fish before, but never the day like yesterday. Big ones. All big ones. Only 7 bass, but the right ones.
He has fallen from the top spot to 6th place during the course of this morning. He's only got 3 keepers so far.
So yeah, it's been so-so. You know, it hasn't been great, but it hasn't been bad either. We got 3 in there. I'm not really sure what time it is. It feels like it's like noontime, but it's probably not. But yeah, I don't know. We missed a couple, so I mean, it's good. There's still some fish in here. We got 1 decent one in there, and yeah, we're not really getting a lot of bites just fishing around, which is kind of concerning, but it seems like those same couple areas where we're getting bites, we're getting more bites. So, you know, I guess that means those, you know, those fish are coming out of the deep water, I'm guessing, to go up there and feed those couple areas. So that's kind of exciting. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna keep fishing around. I don't know if we're gonna bail on it or not. I'm not sure yet, but I think we're gonna stay as long as we can and try to figure something else out in here, because I feel like these fish in here, they're good quality, they're nice and healthy. You know, a lot of them are eating bluegills and gizzard shads. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep moving and hopefully get that frog going here as it gets a little hotter.
Just a big old pond is what it looks like.
Big old pond. 20 feet deep, he said, so maybe they dug out, needed some dirt to build something else. There you see that power line.
Yeah, big old transmission line going across the length of it there. I'm happy we've got some good signal despite all the things sort of that can mess you up there, being remote and big power lines. But we count ourselves lucky today to be able to hang with John Cox for as long as he wants to hang back there.
He had a butterfly story to tell yesterday. That when he won a cup, he had a butterfly hang around that landed on him and his cameraman back about 8 years ago or so when he won that big tournament. And he said yesterday he had a very similar looking butterfly. I said, so like the great-great-great-granddaughter of the butterfly from the cup? And he laughed, said he actually, it was really coincidental that the same type butterfly was around him a lot yesterday. I've not seen any butterflies around him today.
Keeper for Greg Hagan is probably going to cull and yet another one of those small ones he started the day with. Maybe.
I guess I'll stick him in there too.
You know, if you pay attention to our summertime tournaments, and I know technically it's not summertime yet, but from Murray on, the rest of the season to me kind of feels like summertime. You look at the temperatures and the sweat coming from these guys, it feels like summertime. But so often you hear a lot of the guys in practice, man, I've got to catch them in that first hour because it just dies after that and you can't catch them. But almost
we'll just keep this one just
every single time you'll see anglers that are going to be the ones that rise to the top are the anglers that can catch them throughout the day, like a Greg Hackney or John Cox. Got to find out that way to catch them throughout the day, not just the early morning bite. And Greg Hackney saying, it got better for me once the sun got high and it slicked off. Matty Wall said the same thing.
Be more for
Cox, I thought he caught 2 of his better fish after 2 o'clock yesterday. He's got he's in the 3rd flight today, so he's got another hour.
All right, and you are live, 2 bucks.
Okay. All right.
One and two right there, Cliff, with obviously the 5-pound plus advantage. They got a new word, they call it meteorological summer now, which means that you can start calling it summer in June. the start of June, or maybe even the end. It's kind of where you are. So I kind of like that better.
I do like that.
You know, what we work on is the sun angle summer. You know, where the solstice starts the summer. But boy, most places in this part of the country warms up long before that.
Long before June 21st.
Yeah,
You're exactly right.
Which is not that far away.
It's hard to tell, looking at Cliff Prince, if he's, you know, we mentioned earlier that maybe he's going to back away from the best little area, sweet spots that he has there. It's hard to really tell whether he's done that or not. Because he said he stayed within 100 yards of what he felt like was definitely the best area yesterday, all afternoon, just circling it, so to speak. But can't tell if he's doing that here yet. I don't think John Garrett has backed off. He doesn't have enough, and I think he knows he's got to upgrade.
Got him right around 13 pounds.
Yeah.
Ray Hanselman just upgraded with a 3 1/4 pounder. He's up to 16.3, 6 pounds off the lead.
Y'all gotta have some fun, right?
Hackney's last fish got him back in the top 10. He's got 7 1/4 on the day, knocking out Hunter Shryock, who's having a pretty decent morning.
I noticed Hunter had climbed up into our top 10 a while back.
Yeah, he had one of those 4-pounders.
Y'all are getting bored. The bite must be dying off. the bite must be going away.
Drew Cook's trying to get back in there. He just caught his 3rd fish. One nice one, 312.
Any better than that.
Looking for other entertainment.
Couldn't have done any better than that.
Got to mention this, Tommy. Live sonar, forward-facing sonar, or whatever you choose to call it. A lot of people, some of the anglers, you know, in discussion, plan tournaments where you don't use it as much. And the scheduling could be a way to affect how much of that we see. John Garrett hooked up. We saw it a fair amount yesterday, but
we did.
In the big picture, we've probably seen it less with a John Cox not even having on his boat day 1 leader this event than any. Looking at the schedule pre-season, this would not have been a tournament. I don't think many people would have thought we would not see a lot of that technology being used by our leaders. So
sure.
Oh God, he's tiny. Hey, but I think he's a 12-incher. Cooler check.
I think June, offshore, Tennessee River, it'll
13,
be
baby.
1st through 10th, absolutely, we'll be using it. And we've seen it less in this event than I think we've seen it so far this year.
That's a good point.
Organized in there, you know, so I know where.
Were you thinking more so here than at Smith Lake in 2 weeks?
I think Smith more.
Yeah.
But it's surprising that we haven't seen it as much as as I thought and a lot of people thought here.
That's enough to get a check. Crazy a fish that size could eat this frog.
Eat it.
Eat it. They like it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We've got that pond covered. I mean, nothing's going to escape us there in that little pond right there. We got 2 cameras.
Like you said, I'm under those transmission lines. I'm shocked we've got such good service there.
It's terrific. Really, really good. Let's get back up to John Cruz. He's in a little even more claustrophobic spot back here, but boy, it has been paying off for him. A 3 and a 5 out of here.
So here we are back in this creek. You know, I thought the Tennessee River would have been wider than this, but you know, when people talk about fishing the Tennessee River, you know, here we are, and got a little current. Finally found some current, which was not happening on the bigger part of the lake. So we came up here and just kind of wiggling our way back in this little creek here. We got some very fortunate topwater bites kind of carrying the day for us. Had that 5-pounder that, or close to it, that I was very excited to see. And then we got fortunate, got one about 2 3/4. So hopefully they'll start pulling current back on the wider part of the river, and we can get back out there and catch a few more out there. But we got us 1 13-incher in here. You know, that's my focus right now, is just trying to catch the biggest bag each day that I can. This is pretty. It's nice and shaded up here. I really like it. Totally honest. If we could get one more to crush this little spook right here, it'd be pretty awesome. A little funnel right there. You think that'd be the hot spot?
John Crews beating the heat a little bit there. Shade. It'll be good and warm today. We saw our TH Marine weather forecast up to about 95 degrees today.
No shade where Greg Hackney is.
No,
I can promise you that.
He's a long run from shade.
I say that, there is shade for those fish under the clumps of the vegetation. That's why the sunlight, the sun being higher in the sky helps what he's doing.
Yeah, every time we go back to him, you see it better, that vegetation does.
Coming in hot. Coming in hot. I mean, big hook was perfect. That's where I need an 8-pounder to look. This needs to be right through the center of the skull. Oh, come on.
Started out with a small limit. 3 of the fish he put in is under 1 pound. He's certainly upgraded.
He got rid of all those. He got over his big bass from yesterday, the 7.9. He's at 7.11.
Yeah.
Literally 30 minutes later, I go back and it's dead as a hammer. Dead as a hammer. I mean, it just was that quick.
He's on point. Yep. Oh boy.
Look out.
We're done. We are done. I'm not throwing in there no more.
I think that's a good call, Cliff Prince.
Yes, sir.
We're done. I'm not throwing in there anymore. That's the big fish hole right there. Yeah, that one right there is going to help for sure.
Smallest fish, 3 pounds. That's.
I'm going to run and go get some ice.
Fish is all over 5 pounds, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. bit of that. He'll be all over 20 pounds and above that number as it stands right now. Yeah, he's done. Yeah. He's done his work for today. Cliff Prince, man. Well, as we exit through the cornfield, I'll leave you a little Northland trivia. Ask you a question, come back, answer it after the commercial break. What was the biggest limit at that event? The last one here for the Bassmaster Elite Series, 2016 on Wheeler. Was it 23.5? Was it 23.13, 25.3, or 25.13? I would say Cliff Prince is approaching that bead figure right now, coming out here. But you think about the last time we were here, we'll be back to pay it off. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. This is day 2 of 4 days of fishing. We got the full field out there again today, and only 50 are going to advance to Saturday's round. Semifinal Saturday. Cliff Prince, long-time veteran, long-standing with the Bassmaster Elite Series, putting on a show this morning. Caught a great limit for the second day in a row, and he says that's it for this spot. We're gonna let it rest for a little bit. We're a little bit sad about that, but the good news is we do have an answer for you for the Northland Daily Trivia question. Let's review that question here. What was the biggest limit at the 2016 Wheeler Elite?
It was top the last day. It was 25. So it's C or D. I'm going C. 25.3.
I'm with you too. I'm saying it's C as well. That was his big day at the tournament there. And
yes,
man, you are 100% on trivia this week, Davey High. Nice. Well done.
I told you, it started when I got into town and I spun the wheel at hotel, won 2,000 points. I don't know if that's worth $1 or a koozie, but I have been on a roll, I must say, from checking in the hotel on.
A cup of yogurt and fruit, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get back to our leader right now. Oh, wow. He has repaired to the takeoff point to Ingalls Harbor there, after putting that good limit in the boat.
Obviously. And got 1 5-pounder. I hooked her in the tongue. She didn't bleed. And I'm just going up here on precaution, just trying to conserve what I got. It's 9:30. The water temperature's 82 degrees. And I've already put 1 bag in there. And I'm going to go get 1 more bag. And I think that'll sustain them for the day. And I don't want to kill any if I don't have to. I hate killing these suckers. So we're going to do what we can to keep them alive.
Smart move.
Absolutely.
4 ounce per fish penalty. And he has more to lose by having a few fish die than he has to gain just circling around the spot, not casting on spot. Now, if he were going to continue to fish the rest of the day, you obviously couldn't say that. But for him to just meal around the area, smart move for him.
I'm going to leave it right.
Make sure he keeps these fish alive.
Be right back.
And truly, Cliff said it, but I know this with all my heart, that all of these anglers care about, keeping these fish alive.
Absolutely.
The penalty is a factor, no doubt.
Sure.
It can cost you money for sure, but these anglers care enough about the resource and care enough about taking care of these, especially the 4 and 5 pounders there.
Sure.
Brings up the memory of 2016 St. John's when he had that live well problems that
very well could have cost him
limit, right?
cost him the victory possibly.
Cost him the victory, very, very possibly could have cost him. So he hasn't forgotten about that, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All those great reasons to do that, plus the reason that you might save some fish you might catch again someday when you come back.
Yeah.
So, yes, all the anglers very concerned about keeping the fish healthy and alive, releasing them in good shape every event.
All right, guys, we are throwing a square bill in a high strip of shell in between some grass now, and got floating grass everywhere. It's hard to fish, but we're just kind of letting the day progress, kind of trying to let it get a little later, get the sun up, and we're kind of letting those places that have some fish, give them a chance to set up. I think that's really the only way to catch big ones out of those groups of fish is just letting them build up and settle on. So we'll keep plucking around and see if we can catch some good ones doing other stuff before we go back to that. But getting the part of the day where definitely getting tough to get bites, I ain't no doubt.
I want to note what we have upcoming here. We got continuing coverage through the next hour, live mix, and then Dave Mercer with on-location coverage.
Our buddy Tom Abraham going to be with him
Tom
again?
Abraham was with him yesterday. I expect him to be back there today. Tom Abraham from Bassmaster Radio. Should be some good stuff. That'll start at noon Eastern time, I believe. 11 o'clock Central. And then we'll be back to take you all the way to weigh-in time.
Big, big day today. Every day's big on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but it being the 7th event.
6th event.
6th event.
Yep.
I had it right all day yesterday.
I know, you didn't miss it once.
Today I missed it, but
I was quick to jump on you, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Somebody's got to fill in for Ronnie when he's not.
That's right.
But if, honestly, guys that had a slow start, man, they need to turn around today and make that cut. They need to make that. I've been in these positions through the years, 20+ years fishing. It's just that time of the year where, man, if you don't make that cut today and you've struggled, it can start. Boy, the hill gets steeper and steeper that you'll have to climb to be able to make that Bassmaster Classic or win Rookie of the Year or Angler of the Year, whatever it might be. Wherever you set your goals and realistically have that chance. So.
Yeah, after you check in today, there are maximum, best case, really not even realistic scenario, 14 days of fishing left in this season for you.
Well, 3 guys I really noticed that fell down was Christie was 40th in AOI, fell down to 55th. Taco Ito, who had the opposite last year, he jumped from 81st to 31st in the final 4 events. He fell from 43rd, right outside the top 40, to 61st, and Fujita, 56th to 66th.
Wow. Overall AOI?
Yes.
After yesterday?
Yes.
After starting the season with a
win.
Big W. Wow. What about today? How are some of those guys doing bass track wise? Have you checked, Such?
Yeah, I think Ito had 1 fish. I got to check on Fujita again. I think he might have had a limit. Yeah, 5 fish for 6.5. He's still in the 70s, Fujita. Ito is still on 1. Christie has 3 for 2.5 pounds.
Yeah, honestly, the role that Kyoya was on last year and then started off this year with the win, I started thinking, man, AOI has certainly got to be his goal at this point. I would have never guessed he'd be in that position right now.
Saw him at the Open, and he gave me the quote, 7th AOI last year, 1st this year. Not so far.
Well, speaking of the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title, which is being contested as we speak right now, let's take a look at that leaderboard.
McKinney is still on 4 fish for 6 pounds. He's 45th right now in the standings.
Trey McKinney would be our leader in this points race, as we mentioned there. He's in what place right now, Such?
About 43rd or so.
So instead of a 30-point or so lead ahead of Jordan Lee, Justin Hamner has replaced Jordan Lee in there.
Right now with the updated standings, McKinney's at 537, Hamner's at 504. His good day today.
There's a season for you right there. 12 first to 6, 17. Just having a complete breakdown here, 43rd place.
Yeah, and you look at that and you think, well, if Trey is unofficially in 43rd place, well, Jordan Lee is certainly going to take over AOI because we're in Alabama and where Jordan Lee is, cut his teeth.
Oh, yeah.
All these fisheries, the Smith and Wheeler and Gunnersville, obviously, but Trey McKinney is cracked the door a little bit, but nobody stepping in so far.
Almost 131 pounds at Lake Fork to notch the fourth biggest all-time 4-day total in Bassmaster history.
Then right on over to the Harris chain. Holding up big bass on the big stage. 19-year-old with a lot of big dreams.
He's got it choked.
Sixth place at the Harris chain. A little bit off that pace at the St. Johns River, but still a top 20. Easily 17th place at the St. Johns River. That lead, Angler of the Year points just keeps on growing.
Oh, it's a big one.
Lake Murray certainly impressive there.
Big one.
Very, very different type fishing there than he had seen at the Florida and Texas events. But looked like he'd been there, done that many, many times at Lake Murray by his performance there, and then started off yesterday morning.
Whoa, giant.
Solid. Not a great day, not a bad day. 12-14, I think a lot of anglers when they left the dock yesterday morning thought, well, 12-14 will be top 30 for sure. But
yeah.
43rd place after day one with 12 pounds, 14 ounces.
Only compared to the rest of this season could you say that's a steep decline. And it's not really. As it stands right now, he's looking to make the cut. Have another go at it tomorrow. Semi-final Saturday. Cliff Prince, mission accomplished, scored some ice. He's headed back to the boat to help ensure the health of those that good 5-fish limit he has got in the live well.
And if he didn't have cash to pay for that ice, I'm going to just say his credit's pretty good right now this week in Decatur, Alabama.
I think he will have the ability to pay probably at the end of whatever happens during the course of the next 2 days. So there you go, Cliff Prince with a good, healthy lead over John Garrett. It was nip and tuck between those two. The first couple of hours of fishing here, but Cliff has pulled away there. Ray Hanselman Jr. right there in third place. John Cruz, John Cox having fallen down to fifth from first place. Got more to come. Be right back. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Beautiful street scene, Decatur, Alabama. Very hospitable to bass fishing, this community right here. Built that Ingalls Harbor, which is a tremendous facility to run a tournament out of. Gives you a little, as you pointed out yesterday, David, a little relief from the Tennessee River current, so you can launch 100 boats or more, or 200, without any major difficulties. Great place to have a weigh-in adjacent to it right there with plenty of parking. It's a good deal. Love being here in Decatur and love being back on Wheeler Lake. There's your leader so far today, not by a little, but by a lot. Cliff Prince with a 6.5-pound advantage over the rest of the field as it stands right now, and he started early and just never stopped catching them, Davey.
He did. I talked to him last night. He said, I caught him early and basically just kind of hung around the area and kept an eye on it. No other angler tried to fish there yesterday. He said, Caleb, Summerall was in the distance, but according to Cliff Prince, and I totally agree, he would never come over and, move in on where I caught him, and certainly did not do that. It shows the respect that these anglers have for one another. And Cliff Prince a little concerned, hey, the right size are there, and I caught them early on day one, was done by about 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, this morning it seemed to be a little slower start for him, but man, when things got going, Cliff Prince again, fishing only 4 or 5 feet deep on the Decatur Flats, vibrating jig with a swim bait, little Boss trailer, caught most of his fish on, switched it up late, and you see this fish, probably his biggest fish of the day. On a Texas rig worm. We'll learn more about exactly which worm he was using later today, hopefully, but Cliff Prince certainly getting it done yesterday and today. I think he'll just guard the area again today for the rest of the day. And John Garrett, similar success yesterday, put it in neutral, so to speak, yesterday mid-morning. Not quite as fast and furious for him this morning, although he has been busy. Caught a solid limit, a lot of them on that Strike King worm, ribbon tail, 10-inch Strike King worm for John Garrett. Mixing it up yesterday and today, drop shot, crankbait, Texas rig worm. Doing a great job. I still am amazed. This is only the second time John Garrett has fished this lake. He said, I fished it last year in the Open, and this is only my second trip back. He certainly acts like he's right at home on this portion of the Tennessee River.
Making it look easy, and he's hooked up live.
It was. No, he looked bigger than that when I saw him jumping. Well, I think he's a little smaller than I want it.
Time for an update.
Yeah, so update on the day. They're starting to work down the lake, fish a little deeper, just to see if we can, he might help, get on a fresh school, but cut it out, girl. But yeah, we're just poking around, trying to get on some stuff. We need to get a big bite. We're a good bite away from having a good, I mean, I got a nice bag. I'm not disappointed in it. But I'd like to get me a couple good ones.
Check those two fish, see which one to call.
You mentioned Caleb Semmerall. He just caught a 4-pounder in the last 10 minutes, jump up to 5th place with 15 on the day. He had 14 yesterday, from 30th to 5th place right now.
Can you believe he moved in on Cliff Prince?
That's what I was about to say.
There he is.
Surely not
I didn't
that
say
fast.
that.
That's too soon.
No.
Oh, he would not do that.
He would not.
Decent fish. Get in here, buddy. That'll work. Hey, you want? Oh yeah.
John Cruz back out on the main river.
That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work. That will work, buddy.
Place we saw him catch a couple earlier this
He will
morning.
call out little
vibrating jig.
Run. 2-pounder. Little guy. Where's the little guy? Come here, buddy. I appreciated you. It's a good little call. If I can work this thing. Operator error. Plunk.
About a 2-pound.
Yep. Told you that grass looks good down there. And then, boom, bingo.
Cruz with 18-2 yesterday. Started the day in 6th place. He's moved up a couple of notches.
That's cool. Let's do it again.
Sitting in 4th now.
Well, surprised we haven't seen more anglers
catch another one like that. We'll have to
fishing.
Might have to weigh him.
Like John when he's out on the river. There's a band of vegetation that grows parallel with the river bank in that right depth, and there's usually an inside and outside edge that's not, just usually within 10 feet.
Isn't that crazy?
Those fish use that
They
edge a
weren't just
lot to ambush.
You mentioned movers, Jacob Porosnik from 51st to 11th, and Hank Cherry from the 70s into the 20s.
He was zooming up that leaderboard this morning.
Right there.
Hank Cherry, who won a classic one pool up 2020 on Lake Guntersville.
Great shot there of John Cox. That is so John Cox looking.
That is just I mean, the
had to pick
the little
a place.
culvert to go through and everything is just, it all says John Cox.
Yes, yes, yes.
welcome John Cox.
Yes.
I should put a banner on that bridge.
It may be there next time we come back, right below Roll Tide. Welcome, John Cox.
And from 23rd, Wes Logan just landed a 4.5 to get to 8th place. He's got about 13 pounds on the day.
Spent the day in a boat with Wes Logan yesterday. We did with our live coverage. Had some good moments with him.
Yes, we did. Pulled out the old jig, brown jig, and caught a couple of good ones there for us.
Went far up one of the connecting rivers here.
He had a few missed opportunities yesterday. He could have definitely weighed in more than what he did. Still a good day, but broke one off on a frog there about mid-morning, and had another fish. Had one die he couldn't call.
Right, had a little penalty for that, yeah. Or in effect, a penalty.
Oh.
AOY watched 5 more anglers have passed Trey McKinney. He's 49th right now.
Wow.
How's Jordan Lee doing?
Not so hot. 2 fish for 1.5 pounds.
That's surprising.
That's very surprising.
Very.
I know we don't have a lot of time, but that's real short version. I think it was 2008 we were here. Jordan Lee was a high school junior, was my marshal.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, at the major on the Arkansas River here.
It was
here.
Here,
Wheeler.
Wheeler,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
I'm sorry, I said here and I'm sitting in Little Rock, Arkansas. I feel like I'm on Wheeler.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, this is pre 2 classic victories and all that he has accomplished. But knew he was a sharp guy, and I think his brother Matt was also a marshal, not with me in that tournament, but yeah, young Jordan Lee sat in the boat with me at Wheeler Lake. And I broke out a hair jig and put a little whacking on him that particular day, and he never forgot that.
No.
That hair jig. Neither did a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Great day. You could tell he was just eat up with the sport at that point in his life as a high school junior. A lot of dreams, and he has certainly made a lot of those dreams come true.
The reason I said here is because as a college competitor, he made 2 or 3 trips to this area because a lot of the finals of the college season were held in
all
surrounding
successful
lakes,
trips to this
Beaver
area.
Fort. Yeah, absolutely.
He and his brother.
What a college career he had. What a morning we've had here. Wheeler Lake. Little field out there, and the 6 anglers we have been live with all day have provided us plenty of fish catching action out there. And Cliff Prince, just a really superlative performance this morning. Well over 20 pounds to sort of, in effect, wrap up his day. He's done his work for today, and he's sort of just taking care of his fish right now. And John Garrett, another good effort from him. He'd like to get, he just said, I need a couple of big ones. I'd like to have a couple of big ones, but he's in good shape. He's in terrific shape right now. Greg Hackney, we'll be back with him during the course of this day, that is for sure. Coverage continues right here on Bassmaster.com, and at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Dave Mercer, Tom Abraham is expected will take care of the on-location coverage, so get set for that.
Got it. Get in here, Smalley. I can see fish periodically in that grass out here. Come on, Biggin, just lock it up one time. Come on, baby.
Well, I mean, I just lost one a couple minutes ago, but all in all, I mean, bite number has, I mean, basically been about like yesterday. Once it kind of got started, you know, I caught several, but I have not had the first good bite. I mean, I guess that's the only fish I lost, and I saw it, and it might have helped me ounces, you know, it wouldn't have. So, this was, I'm like, well, we've already kind of fished through prime time. I'd say that 8:30 to 9:30 period was and that seemed to be again today, you know. I rushed this a little bit by coming too early, but we're gonna make another pass through it, and then I'm probably gonna go out there and flip some of those mats and give that a whirl with a piece of plastic. I said when I got back down to the place where I've gotten most of the bites, I'm gonna switch over to start flipping plastic. I mean, I've basically been fishing for one bite all day, you know, and that's typically this type of fishing. When it's good, this is so efficient, you know, it is such an efficient way to fish, but today was a one bite deal. You know what I mean? I was like, I feel like if I come out here, I catch a big one, I'll catch the other 4, you know, not trying to catch them. And I did. I've caught the limit, but I just hadn't caught a big one. You know, not yet anyway. And like I said, we got some other stuff. Some other good areas not far away to fish. I like this because, you know, everybody's gone. So it's had a chance to really, you know, settle down.
All right, we'll scan around.
Boy, this side looks way better than the other side. No, this is the other side. I didn't fish this side yesterday. I fished all the way around the other side and I didn't get a bite. This side here looks a lot better though. There's like bluegill, it just looks different too. Boy, this side looks great. Kind of sound like a bass, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, look at it under there.
Mama, I know you're in there.
You know it. I feel like we're gonna get one in one of these spots. It'll just probably be like a big one, like a 8-pounder.
Big old bass, never left the area.
Yeah.
True local.
Yeah. One's just been back here growing in the milfoil. Gosh, any second. Something's just gonna. Ooh. Oh boy.
Nice little breeze just there.
Did you feel one?
I feel a little breeze back here. Maybe you don't feel it up there, but I feel some breeze back here. Needed.
Oh yeah. You know what? I wonder. I'm just curious. Ooh, bunch of.
All right, one more shot right there, and then we'll keep going. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby.
All right, I'm gonna scan both them grass schools that moved, and I gotta find them.
Water. Like that year that Walker won, I thought I was gonna win frogging, you know, and not frogging weeds, frogging the bank, you know. I mean, I caught 20 pounds the first 2 days and would have them by 8 o'clock. It was stupid. And then by the third day, they turned the water off, and they were still enough there to win, but God, then I couldn't catch them. They pounder chasing it, and I'm watching him. 7-pounder comes up right under him. I'm like, get it, get it. I come back down through there. No, I stick them and they come off. They just were weird. In the first 2 days, it's like they were fishing in a private lake. And the whole deal was the water fell about 10 inches and the current went away. I was like, when I found it, I was like, wow, this is gonna be fun for a little while. And Walker ended up winning it offshore, mouth of First or Second Creek down there, I don't know. I first thought that was a Yamaha because that boat looked so slow. I was like, didn't sound like it's opening up, you know? feel like mine looks a little different from that getting down the lake. Mine gets right along. Well, it's probably the bass cats outrun it, but only when it's slick like this. If it's rough with them, you just have to bring extra teeth or a mouthpiece. But they are fast. At Phoenix Boats, we deliver speed and comfort. This is the finest bass boat made. I mean, I'm not being biased, it needs a big bass in it right now. I got an empty live well over there, I'm holding a spot for old. Yep. I am surprised out of that many bites. I ain't even caught a 3-pounder. Nobody's out here but me. I'm like, it's kind of dangerous to leave me in a place like this by myself, you know, and I'm like, which that's a double-edged sword too, because that'll make me want to stay, because I'm like, there's nobody else around. I just saved my other stuff, you know. I'm like, I still think there's 2 big bites left out here for me to get. So, I mean, I have built a spider web up here on this GPS. I feel like there's another group out here I haven't found. You know what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of it I hadn't fished. It just seems like when I get way back in here, I'm just looking at all my waypoints. Like, I haven't really. Now, I saw Slim Shady catch one out there a good ways yesterday, a good one. I saw him catch one this morning, but he was about right in here this morning. I kind of thought that yesterday. I was like, when it got really, you would think they would really suck in that shade when that sun gets really high and it's so slick, but if they did, I never found the right shade. Well, let's give it a whirl. Beating a dead horse. I did, you can tell everybody I did touch that spinning rod. You saw me then, didn't you? Watch. Oh, if I didn't have anything, it would get some use today, but probably should anyway, but it's not. I don't know what it was. He tried to get, oh, and then I threw it right on him. He come up and tried to get it. I probably had pulling it out. Well, it could have been a gar swimming out there, but, and then when I pitched it back in there, this weight might not be quite big enough. Lord, I don't like my... That's like my big choice. Let me tell you something that's like strange. Shallow grass like this in the south, 9 times out of 10, these fish are suspended. We go up north, 9 times out of 10, they are locked on the bottom in the same depth. Now, deep grass is different. You know, these fish will especially, they typically won't suspend till it gets hot in that deep grass, but it's so weird because I'm like, I was thinking, I'm like, man, I'm not really fishing on the bottom. I don't think they're on the bottom. Not around that grass anyway. Like I said, one of them I caught, I know that sucker was a foot deep. I'm like, all of a sudden it just stopped. I was like, well, it must have been hung, and I checked it and it's just solid as a rock. I'm like, that's weird. I'm gonna make one little old pass. I'm burning out on it, so I'm gonna make one little pass out through where a pretty good area where I've caught a couple today, and just show them this Rodente and just see if it makes any difference. Say it again.
Marks some interest.
Yeah, just to see. I fish through area I know, you know, chances are one might get to see it, so. It's not that I know there's the fish I need are out here, I'm burnt out, you know, sick of looking at it. Oh, the same thing, but we're just going right out there on some more stuff we just hadn't been on. This is the only way I've caught, now I caught some 3-pounders doing other stuff, but interesting, didn't it?
You're watching a BASS presentation.
Welcome in on location coverage on the shores of Wheeler Lake in beautiful Decatur, Alabama. This is the 6th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. And Wheeler Lake has played out to be one of the most versatile tournaments we've seen of the year. You would have thought, circling your calendar, that this was all going to be about forward-facing sonar. Well, it's about great coverage, and that great coverage brought to you by FXR. Got to thank them for their great support. Was talking to the guys from FXR this morning. Got to thank the Bass Nation because they were blown away by how many people stopped by their website. So if you're enjoying this coverage, make sure you let FXR know, and we're thankful for their support. This coverage all happening in Alabama, where we're going to be for 2 events. 2 Alabama events this week on Wheeler. Next week, we'll take a week off, and the week after that, we'll be on Smith Lake. But today, we are in Decatur, Alabama, and I am joined by Bassmaster Radio's very own Tom Abraham, and it is great to share this space with you, Tom. And you're pretty geeked out about this. I mean, you're glued to the coverage. I mean, a local, and excited to see what's going on.
Well, you know what you always like to do, you know, you get the map open of the lake. It's, you know, fishing in a body of water that's near you. So you kind of want to try and see where guys are. And then when you see them in familiar spots, like, you know, we'll see some of John Cox in a moment, and you see them in some familiar spots, it's like, oh, I know exactly where he is at. And then Greg Hackney, I walked to the end of the dock when I got here, and I could almost see him. I think you could see Greg, you could almost see Greg Hackney from our location here at Ingalls Harbor, and it's just neat, you know, to see. And so yeah, anytime, you know, the Bassmaster Elites come anywhere near a body of water you fish, you want to get out there and check it out.
You are absolutely vibrating. We might need to get him in a restraining order away from our anglers before this is done. But let's catch up with what's going on the water with our Yamaha midday report. And let's start with none other than your tournament leader, the one and only John Cox. Wants to repeat his butterfly story. Won the Forest Wood Cup here just a number of years ago and had a butterfly land on him. Well, it happened again yesterday. Will we see butterfly kisses this week, Tom Abraham?
I don't think he's seen the butterfly yet today. He's doing all right, but he hasn't done what he was able to do yesterday yet. But he's in there in this area way back in the back of Spring Creek, and he's working his way through a canal, and he goes underneath the culvert, and then it opens up into this oasis. It's Swoop Pond is what it's basically called, and it's about 20 foot deep in the middle. And he only had 7 bites yesterday, and he only needs 7 bites today. So if he were, because there always seem to be the right bites where he is.
A 2-time Elite Series champion, 13-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, caught an absolute shovel rind today, John Cruz. No, just go ahead. Just don't worry
He's
about it.
been in and out, too. You know, he went back. That's where he got the shovel rind, was when he went in, right? When he was in shell, he went in. There you go, right there. You see it. That's not the shovel rind, but he caught another good one in there. So he went into some backwaters and then back out to the main river. But fishing along a grass line, Davey Height mentioned it, and he nailed it. It's a grass line that's right along these islands and around the shore on Wheeler. And, you know, that's something we didn't have for 10 years, 12 years here. Then the grass came back, and that's what he's been doing some damage there as well.
I think this is the shovel rind right there. Oh, no. It was just a moment ago. But, I mean, he's catching a bunch of them. I mean, he's basically milking Jackman's Trench there today, or whatever it's called. What's that area called again?
Yeah,
Tom?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, Jackman's Trench.
Jackman's Trench, yeah.
Let's go over to a guy who took him exactly 3 events to become an Elite Series champion, one of those Elite Series rookies, and that is John Garrett.
I had a chance to fish with John in an open a couple of years ago, and he was one of those guys that when you fish with him, you say, this kid's got it. This guy's going to make it. And sure enough, he got here, and of course, he's gotten a win already this season, and he's got himself out on a little spot on the flats, and you know it's so intimidating out there, but he's found something obviously, and he's kind of sitting on it a little bit, and he's doing that thing where he's going to kind of just sit out there and guard it. And he hasn't seen a lot of traffic, but he's had some good fish out there for John Garrett.
A very calm, cool cat, never gets rattled, and he is an angler that we've been expecting to have here for years to come.
Never fished Wheeler until last year in the Open, and he only is in Tennessee, Union City, Tennessee.
Not a lot of spots this next angler hasn't fished. He has been on the Elite Series for 14 years. He is the Prince of Palatka, and man, there isn't a bass fishing fan, a person connected to this tournament that wouldn't love to see Cliff Prince finally hold an Elite Series title.
And we thought it would happen in his backyard, right, at the St. John's, and he struggled there, which was amazing. Everybody had him on their fantasy team, but we have seen that this year. It's been kind of weird. You notice there's, 16 Alabama anglers in here? Where are they? The Alabama guys are struggling here. The Texas guys struggled a little bit in Texas, so we're kind of seeing that. But certainly Cliff Prince getting it done. Again, another guy that's out on a flat, and he's got himself an area that he's kind of hoarding a little bit, and as he should.
Got onto a jumbo crate of fish, actually came off the water, got some ice to make sure to take care of those fish. Hot temperatures that these anglers are dealing in. You hear people talk about that in NASCAR and things like that, what the anglers have to go, what the competitors have to go through. This sport is no different, Tom.
There's no doubt about it. Gene Gilliland is on this week on Bassmaster Radio talking about summer fish care, and he told me something I did not know. And there's a lot of stuff that I don't know, but he said that you have to be careful when you do ice. You can overdo it. That you should only change the temperature in your live well by about 10 degrees or so. So if you got an 85 degree, like it is now, 82 to 85 degree water, and that's what's in your live well, you want to lower that temperature by 10 degrees, but not more. If you go too far, you're going to have a problem.
Great stuff. Not only entertaining, but educational. Let's get out live to Cliff Prince right now.
Well, the plan for the rest of the day is just kind of mill around here and just try to guard what I got. I mean, I don't know that it's really doing me any good. Nobody's tried to come on it, but you just never know when a local gets off work. He may come out here and know about this spot, and just basically just trying to bide my time and hopefully there's enough fish to survive 2 more days. I don't know that I can go anywhere else and duplicate what I've done here, so I'm gonna stay here and just kind of mill around and hopefully there's 10 more 4-pounders over there that we can catch in the next 2 days.
That is a great position to be in on this body of water. So many anglers were concerned coming into this event. Not just is it fishing kind of tough right now, but it's also a tough time of the season to be put in this predicament. But, man, life is good for Cliff Prince.
You know, somebody's always going to get them, though. You know, and they can say about how tough it is. And I know I've heard Matt Robertson call Wheeler the redheaded stepchild of the Tennessee River system on your on the way in yesterday.
Yeah, that wasn't nice.
It wasn't nice. It's not totally untrue in terms of people around here and how they feel about it. But the reality is, there was a 22-pound bag, you know, and there's 19 and 17, and it might take 80 plus to win like it did in 2016 again. Somebody will always be on them, and everybody's catching fish. You saw a huge number of limits.
Let's get over to 13-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Caught a shovel rind earlier this morning.
Shovel rind? I got to look that up.
I
know schlonch. I know shovel rind.
Well,
I don't know that.
Evidently not educated in the terms of bass fishing, but that a wonderful Lowrance bird's eye view of the area that he is fishing, Tom.
Yeah, and that's that grass line that we're talking about that exists out there, and it's similar to something that you find up north where you'll have a grass line, and then there's behind the grass line, then it's clean to the shore, you know, and so those fish sometimes will use both sides of that grass line as ambush points, and you can see it there. It's not thick and straight, it's sporadic, it's clumps and so on. So he's going down through there and hitting those clumps with a chatterbait and maybe pitching a little bit to it as well. Maybe throwing a D-bomb in there.
Could be anything really, Tom.
Could be. I heard he makes lures though, but I don't know if that's 100% true.
They're what?
I thought he was working at Burger King. You see his new style hat
Hi,
that he's got on
this
there?
This event sponsored by Whataburger. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Great stuff, Tom.
But he's got the same
Let's listen in.
logo.
Shh, stop talking.
Started on the river. You got that molasses current situation.
Unfortunately, a little spotty service. Mike dropped out there. Wish Tom's had it a few minutes ago, but we'll rebound from that. I mean, Cruz is. It's incredible what he balances. When you look at him as a competitor, for years you never. Roland Martin was a standout because he had a television show and had to focus on all that, and also was competitive as bass fishing. There's been others, obviously, Shaw Grigsby, many others. But what John Cruz balances is ridiculous. I mean, not only running missile baits, but an Elite Series Pro, one of the most active, all his crusades for autism. And he's currently trying to get on the board of ASA. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Why are you...
Man,
why are you so...
Runs his fishing like a business as well. And not only that, he's a pro staff, right? He has a pro staff, and guys are leaning on him. Everybody's after sponsorship, and he has a pro staff that he has to manage. So there's that, too. And he's about as good a people, as you. I had an opportunity to spend a day on the water with John in his boat once as well, and he is just such a good fisherman.
Did he whoop you that day, Tom?
We weren't competing against each other, but okay. he was a guy who was very helpful. Sometimes you're in the back of the boat with a pro, and, so some guys are just like, don't talk to me. I just don't say anything. Especially with me, because I talk for a living. But some guys are extremely helpful. He was that guy. He was extremely helpful. He loves teaching. Look at his videos and so on. A lot like what you do and what others do. But he really loves to teach. And you can learn a lot. And he'll show you how to change the oil in your Mercury. And he'll show you how to change the prop and set up your electronics. And he's one of the good guys.
Who was the least most helpful?
You can't say that. It was a guy, I'll tell you off the air. He was a guy, though, that is very, very friendly. But when we stepped in the boat, he looked at me and he said, I don't talk. When I'm fishing, don't talk to me. I just want you to know that. And he didn't say it like in a real mean way, but a little bit of a mean way. But that was just, I'm like, okay, we won't talk. And we didn't talk until we got to the weigh-in.
And you got to the weigh-in and you started talking.
We started, chatting on the way back, and he was a good guy. And this guy will talk.
Well, the bite's been real similar to yesterday.
Check in with the
real
Hack
dead
Attack.
this time yesterday here. So I'm going to make a hot lap out here through some of the good stuff, and we're going to look for greener pastures. I mean, I've had plenty of bites.
People thinking, why is Greg Hackney out there and not up in tight and shallow? But he's pitching shallow grass. He's flipping grass. He's doing what he does. That's only 4 feet where he is with a lot of grass. Just happens to be offshore.
That whole area is an absolute, I mean, it's called the Flats, but it's almost anything but.
Well, it's massive, and it's so intimidating. You get out there, and it's just, I'm always amazed at how these guys find them here. And I fished in the open last year with Jason Lambert. I mean, that's an ATM machine on the Tennessee River, Jason Lambert, right? And we were fishing here, and there was guys that were 3 boat lengths away from us, and he says, yeah, they're right on the juice. And we sat there and we watched them catch fish, and we struggled. And I was like, it's amazing. He says, that's the way it is. He goes, it's thousands of acres, square acres, yet it's small spots on those thousands of square acres. It makes it difficult to track down. But when you find one, that's why you see a guy kind of guard his spot. Little hump, depression.
Basically from 3 to 10 feet? Not exactly where he's fishing, but the flats in general, would you say?
I'd say 3 to 7 feet, 3 to 6 feet, 3 to 7 feet.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, once you get up on there, it's shallow. It's stumpy.
Well, top the leaderboard at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake is Cliff Prince with 38 pounds, 12 ounces. And in second place, Ray Hanselman Jr. sat on stage yesterday as a Texas angler. He wants to win the Whataburger event. I mean, in Texas, Whataburger is a Texas institution. He even shouted out his order, a number 2 with jalapenos, I believe, and the spicy ketchup. We'll be back in just a few minutes from Wheeler Lake, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Welcome back, Wheeler Lake, the scene of the 6th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is one of my personal favorites because it is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. It's day 2, and as we move into the afternoon, you got to get moving inside that top 50 to keep this tournament alive. But never mind the top 50. Let's have a look at the top 10 atop the leaderboard. It's been a while since we've seen him there, but it brings a smile to my face to see Cliff Prince with 38 pounds, 12 ounces. Ray Hanselman Jr. right behind him. And John Garrett in 3rd place. It only took him 3 Elite Series events to become an Elite Series champion. He is one of those scary, scary rookies. Who else do we got to watch on that leaderboard, Tom?
Well, of course, John Cruz has been always solid here. John Cox won a NFLW Forrest Wood Cup here back in the day as well, so he's going to be dangerous. And then our classic champ, Justin Hamner, he's the one Alabama guy that's seemed to have gotten it figured out. And Hamner is a great guy. He was one of those guys I had a chance to fish with, and he was just like, you knew when you got off the water, this kid's going to make it. He's going to be a guy. He's going to be a dude.
Let's get out in the water live with former Strike King College Bass champion, an Elite Series champion, while being a Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, John Garrett.
Right, so we are currently fishing some stumps along the creek channel right now. Been really tough. Couple places I thought that I found this afternoon would play big. They either not going to be there, or they haven't showed up yet. That little guy. And I can't catch any good ones right now.
He's using an opposite strategy.
But we're going to keep on trying. Place that I thought I kind of had to myself. There's been some unexpected company today, but we got a little breeze. It's not too terribly hot right now, so that's a big plus. Enjoying the day, and love to catch some big ones. I mean, I know I'm not in bad shape with the weight I have, but I don't have a chance to win with a 14-pound bag right now, so. Yeah, I'm
yesterday, every time he hooked
looking
up, he said
forward
it's
to
a good
them
one.
hopefully winning tonight as well.
They weren't.
company a big part of fishing Wheeler Lake?
As big as it is, you wouldn't think, right? I mean, this is one of the biggest lakes on the river system, but yeah, there has been some people around him. He is creating a little, he's picking up some points on Trey McKinney, who's struggling right now right around the cut line. But look at those guys in that area all on the flats now, which is not to be unexpected.
More today, though, it seems like.
More so today. More guys have moved out there today, and maybe you think, well, maybe day one is that day where you can get that shallow bite and that those fish start to shut down and these fish will be more reliable out there. But that's typically what it looks like. I mean, in a weekend event on Wheeler, that's what you're going to see. Those boats are stacked up on the flats. But like I said, you can literally be 2 casts away from another guy and he's not on it. And you're on it because all the little subtle humps and changes that are out there on the flats, and whether you find a little shell bed or a little soft spot or whatever it is that you find, clumps of grass like what Hackney is pitching to.
Let's go over and see John Cox. Life is better when you're with John Cox. I mean,
no traffic there. There's
No.
nobody around him.
No.
Now that's the culvert. And now he's over, he's worked his way out of the pond, and he's working through that culvert and then has a canal that is so small you don't even see it on an aerial shot because it's covered in a canopy of trees. So he's going to fish his way back out through.
Oh, might have been a blue.
This is quite scary. Off-putting, to be honest. Really should make it illegal that they fish in tunnels, because when we go in tunnels, we lose signal to them. But that's okay. Let's travel over to Hawaii's Bass Nation National Champion. The one and only Matty Wong had a big day yesterday. Much mahalo, Matty Wong. Let's get out in the water with him live right now. Great aerial shot of where Matty's fishing.
Well, it's been a slow one. It's been a real slow one. And my main area, I guess I burnt it down yesterday because nothing's there right now. I ran it twice and no bites, so I'm thinking that I know I didn't catch them all, but it's one of those things. It's just you never know. You can only hope that they stick around, or you can only hope that they reload. But it was a cool deal that I found in the last day of practice. I caught a 3-pounder and a 2-pounder on one little stretch, and I was able to go back and catch a majority of my weight there yesterday. Have 3 fish off this one little point, and just trying to keep my head in it as I got a electronic bird hovering over my head and a couple spectator boats while it's 105 degrees out. So all kinds of contributing factors to the morning, but you know what? No complaints. I'm out here fishing, and life is good. Life is good.
Didn't he just complain a bit?
No complaints. 6 complaints and then no complaints.
Since I'm fishing slow, I'll take this moment to say what's up
for the record,
to
87 degrees
everyone
right
back home
Don't want people
in Hawaii and also back home on the West Coast. How's it, everyone? I think people tuning in there is just about having their coffee. In Hawaii, it's still really early yet, but almost 12 noon here. Whew. And it is not, ooh, is that breeze? No way. The little things in life, like a 2-mile-per-hour breeze. Oh, it feels so glorious. Oh my goodness, this feels amazing. But yeah, just trying to, like I said earlier, I'm just fishing slow, trying to keep my head in it. I just need to get
boom.
Just need one more. Oh
Breeze
my
changes
gosh.
everything. Yeah. Not so hot right now.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mwah. You stinky, stinky man. Oh, with a little hole in his lip. I can't believe I'm out of breath. For excitement, I'm not out of breath because it is also super, super hot. We're getting delirious out here, folks. Trying to stay hydrated. I got the Yeti loaded. But, oh. Almost a 3-pounder, baby. 211. Oh my goodness. This may be a $10,000 bass right there. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, dude. Just kind of kept cool, like I said, and just like hung out. I was about to run earlier. I was starting to get a little spun out.
Being able to fish tomorrow.
It can happen very quickly and easily. Is when you in really need of fish and things aren't going your way. But I had a 4-pounder off this spot yesterday and I caught 4 fish off of it today, so I was about to pull the plug. I guess we might hang out for a little bit because it seems like they just keep wanting to hang out with me, so why not? But special thanks to my equipment, man, because if it wasn't for, I thought I was, for a second I was like, I'm like, wait, am I feeling something? And then it pulled again. I'm like, oh boy, let's give her the business. But here we go. Megabass X Bites. This is the Destroyer series. This is such a sensitive rod when it comes to bottom contact baits. So finesse Texas rigs, finesse jigs, shaky heads, all those kind of things are incredible baits to fish on a rod like that. But we just need one more fish, folks. We just need one more fish, and we got ourselves a limit. So I might just hang out and try and get it up here, but hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We'll see you guys soon. Whew.
That segment was an emotional roller coaster. I mean, it started low, but he built it up. It was like a TED Talk,
But
really.
what a window to what these guys go through emotionally and what they struggle with mentally. I mean, that's the mental side of the game. He's got 2.5 hours to catch that one more fish. It's 5 bites, and you would think the world was coming to the end. The segment started. He had no complaints about 6 things that he complained about, and then all of a sudden he's hooked up. Now he's excited. Now he's re-rigging. He's going to tell us about his rod. He's all, and he's got one more to get to fill out made a $10,000 check. I mean, we just saw all the emotions that a professional angler goes through, and part of this is about experience, and that's just one of the things that you can't rush experience, and that was just kind of fascinating. You kind of saw it all, what a fisherman goes through.
Tap it in, Happy. tap-taparoo, basically. Over to Cliff Prince and John Garrett. Prince has basically laid off his fish for a while now, and he's in a great position. Came in a little while ago, got some more ice for his boat, and he's out there kind of just biding time right now.
Yeah. I mean, he's, we'll see what the official weight is. Unofficially at 38.12 right now, so, he's on that nearly 80-pound pace, and that's part of it, Dave, right? I mean, fish management is huge. I mean, you can't burn your stuff down out there, like Maddie was talking about that a little bit. But that's what can happen on the flats, because there could be a school that you're working there, and you get what you're going to get. They're all the same size for the most part when you're into a school like that. And if you have 15, 16, 17 pounds on a one day, then you don't need to you can only bring in one 17-pound limit. They're not going to let you bring in 34 pounds in two limits. So, managing the school that you're on or what you got is huge. And again, that comes with experience. 14 years on the tour for Cliff Prince.
14 years versus his very first year. But John Garrett is obviously one of those rookies who is very seasoned. I mean, when he fished collegiately, he was very put together. We've been waiting on him, and he has made it here, and he has made a big impact. I thought he was just about to set the hook and just prove how put together he is. But no, he's just burning that bait back in. We'll join him in a little while, and don't go anywhere. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Is Cliff Prince safe? Can anyone catch him today?
Not today. He's in pretty good shape today.
Well, that's off-putting.
Unless old boy Greg Hackney finds another 7.5-pounder, then all of a sudden everything changes.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance.
Welcome back on location coverage along the shores of Wheeler Lake for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. It is day 2. As we move into the afternoon, you got to get inside the top 50, but things can change quick here on this incredible body of water. And we've seen that all day long. The one thing that hasn't changed is our tournament leader, Cliff Prince, atop the leaderboard. And the question is, can anybody chase him down? But everybody just trying to sneak into that top 50. You heard Matty Wong talking about it before. He said that fish might be $10,000, but he only had 4 at that time.
Right.
And the good news is, on the break, I think that changed, Tom.
Yeah, I think it did change for Matty Wong. I think he's closing in on the top 10 once again. Of course, he has a camera because he was in the top 10, but he had about 7 pounds before that last one he caught there, and just as we were going to break, and I guess as he's right around 10,
cast, dude, it's like literally
puts him right
there.
near the top 10 again.
One shovel rind away from guaranteeing himself into semifinal Saturday.
Fast Track showing him in 9th right now.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Not as good as I thought, but still. That is a good one. Woo! A little bloody. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Straight in here. And then what I'm gonna do real quick, this stuff right here is a lifesaver. Okay. So, okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, yep, go for it.
Fish care, obviously very important, and Matty Wong
Yeah.
taking care of that fish, and in these hot conditions, it's even more important.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's probably the most important thing is water temp. And, of course, there are a number of products out there, that anglers will use in their live wells to try and take care of the fish. Not all are endorsed, by the way, either. Because of the fact that these fish get released, ultimately they'll go in a release boat back out into the river. And you don't know the effect that some of those chemicals have on a fish that might be caught and eaten by somebody else down the road. But having said that, he's going to take care of his fish. And this guy right here, John Cruz, right now sitting in the top 5. It was a little on Bass Track yesterday. Remember, he was always 19.5 or so. I was surprised when you weighed his fish 18.2. He was a little high in his estimate. Most guys are the other way usually.
I appreciate it when they lie. Makes the weigh-in better.
I like when they lie low, not lie high. I think when they're down low a little bit.
This fishery and cruise go together well. Many good finishes here.
Yeah.
And you see that in the Tennessee River. There's definitely some anglers that have got this figured out. But let's listen to John right now.
Okay. Wiggly.
Yeah.
Got it?
Got it.
Okay. You can hear? Starting my Mercury. Can you hear me? Earth to Mars, Earth to Mercury, Mercury to the next spot. Give us a little update as we move. Okay. The update is that it's gotten slow. You gotta put your life jacket on. Sorry. I know we're live, but rules are rules.
Do I have to do that?
Yep. It's okay. We got time. I feel like we need one good fish, a couple of good fish would be great. It's definitely got tough.
An incredible career for John Cruz. We've talked about it, a 13-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Look at that right there, our Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge. John Cruz career success, and wow, a 2-time Elite Series champion. And with Father's Day just a couple of days away, one of the greatest moments was John and his dad on stage when he won his last event at St. John's River. 28 top 10 finishes and $1.6 million in total winnings. A pretty successful career by any standards, I'd say.
A tremendous career, and you documented earlier all the different things that he does, too. The work he does with Autism Month. He was on Bassmaster Radio in April during the Autism Month. I know it's something that's near and dear to you, too. And he running a very successful bait business as well, and spends a lot of time teaching anglers. And he's just, like I say, he's one of the really good ones. And he keeps in great shape. I mean, you and I'm just saying, you look at Cruz, and he's like, man, that dude's in great shape.
Wow. Okay.
That's just great saying stuff. Facts are stubborn things, Dave.
Let's go over to Cliff Prince, another svelte guy.
Not quite like John Cruz.
Tournament leader and has been for most of the day. 14-year veteran and has never held an Elite Series trophy. He's had some big moments in events where you thought it was going to be time, and really showing experience with the way he's managing fish this week.
Would be a popular win. And as he's 94th in the points, so making a classic is going to be a real stretch for him. But boy, he'd trade that right now for a blue trophy and a nice check.
It'd be tough, but big finish here, wins this event and backs it up with some top 20s. You never know. A lot can change, but if you're looking at the updated points currently, if that's updated with him being in first place, then yeah, maybe that is tough. But hey, let's focus on the positive here.
That's why I
Tom?
say that the trophy and the check, man. I mean, this would be great for him. Life-changing.
Business back in Palatka and
just checking some other spots. So I don't think he's straying too far from where he did his damage. But it's that time of day, too. It's that time of day where you get that slow spot.
When does it pick up again?
Well, we've seen the late bite. We've seen a 1:30, 2 o'clock bite. We've seen guys do some damage right before they come in. So that could happen. The two guys I'm just still paying attention to, Hackney and Cox, to see whether or not they can scoop, and John Cruz even, a kicker late. I talked about this being like restrictor plate fishing. I mean, outside of Cliff Prince, the rest of that top 10 are all within 3 pounds of each other. That's, stick one good fish, things change in a hurry.
I'm wondering if John Cox ever got through that tunnel.
we never went back to him,
no,
didn't we?
We left him in the tunnel.
We do a welfare check on the guy or something. Make sure he made it through the tunnel.
I mean, it got dark there, and we lost him, and I just hope he shows up at weigh-in time.
Yeah.
Maybe that tunnel is full of butterflies.
There we go.
Oh, here he is.
He's fishing in the Amazon now. Look at this. This is so John Cox. The boat's about as wide as that creek, too.
You said to me earlier that there could be some concern for him leaving?
Leaving because the water has been dropping slightly, and it has dropped from practice. And he said he struggled a little bit getting back in there. And there's going to come a point in time where it could get very, very difficult to get back out. Pull himself over that over some really shallow spots. So you get in there and that water drops even 8 or 9 inches. Now, they're not moving much water right now. You wonder whether or not, too, with this heat, let's get those air conditioners going in Alabama. They might have to start generating a little energy to take care of these air conditioners.
Trust me, I'm doing my job in my hotel room. It is like a meat locker.
Yeah, it's a bunch there.
Cox will get out. Here's what I'm going to tell you. John Cox he's everything good.
I saw a few fish in here.
Let's listen.
But I decided to come in and check it out. We just had one, and we lost it. There's a couple other ones, but it was kind of dirty. Like someone already kind of went through it, and they were kind of really spookish. So, but I don't know. It looks good. The water's a little too low now, so I think they're probably heading out of here because it's dropping so quick. But I was hoping to come in here and maybe at least cull those 12 inchers. But I don't know, I'm gonna try it in here a little bit. It seems way too shallow, but these fish have been really shallow, so just gonna try it for another minute and then get out of here and go try something else. I'm just trying to right now, I know we need to get rid of those 2, but I'm kind of also trying to figure out, I feel like we got enough to make the 50 cut, so I'm kind of more trying to figure out what the plan is tomorrow, whether we're gonna sit and stay in that spot again, or if we're gonna try something else in the morning. It's probably gonna really depend on how the rest of the day goes. But I really thought this was gonna be better, and I'm just not sure where the fish went.
He's worrying about 50 cut. He's going to have a camera tomorrow. I'm going to tell you that right now. He's going to have a camera tomorrow. 50 cut's not the issue.
I hope so. I hope so. Because the tournament's better when we got a camera on John Cox, and he'll get out of there. Yeah. Whether the butterflies have to pick up his boat and carry him out, John Cox will make it back here because he has everything good about bass fishing. And the best thing about him is if he thinks it, you hear it, and that was just a shot inside of his mind. And what's going on as he starts focusing on semifinal Saturday, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Most importantly, I haven't asked you all week, Tom, do you like the spicy ketchup or the fancy ketchup?
Fancy. I'm a fancy guy. Can't you tell I'm a fancy guy?
You are a fancy guy. very fancy guy. I appreciate you joining me here this week. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch the action. But me and you get to head to Whataburger while the guys back at the studio in Little Rock, Arkansas take it over. Not really, just made that up.
No, I'm really going.
Oh, lucky.
Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. Our live coverage rolls on into the afternoon hours here. Sponsored by FXR. All of our great seen a lot today, Davey Hyde. I think you would agree. Cliff Prince has put on a show today.
Yeah, absolutely. Cliff Prince is a fan favorite, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Such a nice guy. 14 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series and overdue several times there in Palatka, right around his family and hometown hero. He had a chance and things didn't just go right, but Cliff Prince, certainly everything has gone right for him yesterday and today, and hopefully it keeps going just right for him.
Yeah, we got a long way to go before we've ended this tournament, but if he can keep it up. But to kind of catch us all up on what we've seen today, let's turn to our Bassmaster Midday Report, starting with Matty Wong.
Start with Matty Wong, currently unofficially in 9th place, 28 pounds, 11 ounces. Matty had a good day yesterday, 19 pounds, 6 ounces he brought to the scale, and he said, I got a few other things going, but my main deal is at about 8:30, 9 o'clock when the sun starts to get up. I'm flipping some main channel grass, not real deep, but real important for that sun to be up. He started off this morning fishing around some bridge pilings, trying to catch a limit of spotted bass just to have some fish in the live well, so to speak. That did not work out for him, and he talked to us earlier. There were a lot of different reasons why he thought that didn't work out. Then he did go to his area about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Things did not happen then either, but in the last 45 minutes, Matty Wong has been able to fill his limit, and he's up unofficially back into 9th place.
Absolutely, yeah. His prospects brightened up here in the last 45 minutes, as you say, Davey. And John Cox in perfect John Cox sort of surroundings there, back away from everyone in the world in some deep, dark corner of the lake.
Honestly, everywhere we go, John Cox finds a place that fits John Cox. If you've ever met anyone that fishes his strengths and absolutely enjoys tournament bass fishing, it is John Cox. You had to ask yourself, where do you find that place at this lake? But he did in the back, beyond the back of Spring Creek, about 3/4 of the way down the lake on the left, a very popular creek. John Cox threw a culvert back in the back and caught 22 pounds yesterday. A little slower today for him, but still a lot of fishing time.
John Cruz, one of our big stars from yesterday, knocked out 19 pounds plus, and well, actually just short of 19 pounds in the official terms at the end of the day. But man, he's got a great record here, especially a great performance, 3rd place last time around in 2016. And we saw a little bit, maybe, I think, of what happened in 2016, or at least a place and a spot that was reminiscent of that right there.
That's it. You timed it perfectly, Tommy. That strike there we will be seeing, I'm sure, as this tournament progresses, whether John Cox is leading or just continues to hang around the top 10, currently unofficially in 6th place. I think he's going to be hanging around the top 10, and even better, he's got a few more places like that and a few more bites like that. Everyone likes to see a topwater bite. John Cruz needed that, had a much slower start this morning than he did yesterday morning, but had that little backwater area all to himself, thank goodness, and was able to catch so solid fish. Then he got back out on the main river and caught some fish there in the areas that he started this morning.
And one more John to take care of. The rookie John Garrett coming out here from win down in Florida earlier this year and really getting after him both days so far.
Yeah, absolutely. What a start for John Garrett. Not a big surprise. We expected to see this from him actually a few years ago. It took him a couple years, which is not a bad thing, but for John Garrett, a lot of people expected to see him out here on his very first year fishing the Opens to qualify, but he's here now, and he has certainly showed his presence already with a blue trophy and having a great tournament here. I must admit, I talked to him last night, and I wanted to know just how many tournaments, how many days, how many months, how many years of your young life have you spent on this lake? He said, this is my 2nd time here ever. Doesn't look like that for John Garrett. He looks like he's right at home and been here many times.
Man of the day so far has been this man, Cliff Prince. Absolutely great morning. I mean, nonstop fish catch.
So as a tournament angler, you got 2.5, 3 days of official practice. You want to find somewhere between 50 and 100 winning places, but that never happens.
Right.
But you hope to have a plan A, B, and C. Cliff Prince really only had a plan A. B and C was like, man, maybe I could get a limit that would weigh 8 pounds. But if you're going to have an A game and a plan, and it's only one plan, you want it to be like the one Cliff Prince. A very small shell bar out on Decatur Flats, surrounded by vegetation yesterday.
Pretty convincing day for Cliff Prince, who's just kind of taking care of his fish now, waiting around for weigh-in time, maybe doing a little place holding. We'll keep up with him as well, but right now we got Garrett, Cruz, Cox, and Wong.
She had it in her little mouth. She's like, yum, 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 yum. And then, no bueno. No bueno.
Second half of the day is upon us, and we talked earlier about what an important day this is for so many anglers. The AOY race.
Ate it, felt the weight.
Making the classic.
A big old crappie. That's just what I'm going to chalk
Hate
up
to think about it a lot, but with 10 new anglers coming in, we'll have some departing at the end of each year.
That's right.
It's not the fun part of this sport, but it is a fact, and some people, unfortunately, are thinking about that.
Yeah, they got a little exposure to that. There's some folks who really, really need to move a few mountains before the end of the season is over with to avoid that sort of fate.
Yep.
Well, our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points races. Well, now we're going to hit the top 10 right now for you right now. Cliff Prince is on top there, and John Garrett, Justin Hamner moving up, our classic champ, our world champion reigning, moving up into 4th place. Big moves by him today. John Cruz hanging in there in the top 10. John Cox, Alex Wetherill, Caleb Sunraw, and all the rest. The cut line, the Yeti Hot Seat, who is in 50th place.
Wow.
Well, that's Trey McKinney just outside that cut line right now, and that's, of course, he's your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader.
We talk about this often, but that cut right there means so much. 51st down, you don't have a chance to gain points tomorrow, but with Angler of the Year in mind, Trey McKinney being 50th or 50th first place at weigh-in could mean so much towards the way this year rounds out. It's in Angler of the Year.
McKinney has 5 fish for 8-3, and there's some guys behind him who don't have bass tracks who could really push him down a little bit more.
Well, that is going to affect the race then, for sure. Of course, coming into this thing, everyone was thinking the big the possible development in that race was to be the presence of Jordan Lee. Here in his home state of Alabama, he has not proven to be the bugaboo in this case for Trey McKinney. He has not performed as people thought he might here.
Biding my time for tomorrow and being happy with what I caught today, and hopefully saving some for tomorrow and the next day if I make it. So I don't feel like if I went over there and caught any more of them that I would really be bettering myself. I feel like I would be catching something that I'm going to need tomorrow, because the chances of catching one that's better than what I got, I feel like the smallest one I got is over 3, so I feel like I would catch more small ones than I would good ones. So I'm just basically out here circling this thing like an Indian and keeping everybody at bay. So I don't know if that's the right thing, but that's what I think I'm gonna do for the week. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't.
Did a little number crunching. Justin Hamner has made a good move on AOY. He started this week 62 back. Right now, if the standings hold, he's 25 points back, our classic champ.
He's in 2nd place, right?
In 2nd place right now. And Jacob Fouts started 95 back. He's only 59 back. Garrett was 118 back. Now he's 70 back if the points hold. So he's made a little move too. Now, we thought Jordan Lee was gonna, but he is still stuck on 2 fish today and needs to make.
He's not been in communication with us for a while, right?
No, I actually called his marshal, who said he had 1 for 1 pound, and I look on Bass Track a few minutes later, he had 3 for 2.5 pounds. So maybe he started to catch them.
Very
the Johnson
surprising.
brothers, who we thought going into the Northern Swing would be a force to be reckoned with, have kind of fallen down here too.
So I can't overstate how much it surprised me that Jordan has not had a better 2 days so far.
Yeah.
Still got fishing time, but you know, if you keep up with this sport, you shouldn't be surprised about a lot of things because you know it just happens. So many things out of your control. There's so many variables, but it really, I'm glad I don't bet on bass fishing because I would have taken that bet that he would gain points AOI and you know, maybe not take the lead after this event, but close the gap a little bit. And it looks like unless something gets going for him here in these next few hours.
Justin Hamner might have just gained a couple points. He just got up to 18 pounds with a 4-pounder, and Matt Herron jumped ahead of Trey McKinney into 51st. So
wow,
that is
a lot of fishing left
as we speak.
So is it a big surprise for you too, Tommy?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Jordan Lee, yeah.
Although, you know, you think John Garrett said that this morning. Man, this place, the margins are not real wide. You get out of the sequence, the right rotation, and things can go just completely, you know, no good in a short period of time. Like you, I don't care to bet on bass fishing.
Right.
So, I'll play fantasy, but.
Well, he said Cliff Prince has the biggest bag we think is a little bit more than 19.8 on Bass Track. But Alex Redwine coming up from 35th. He's got 18.4 on the day on Bass Track. He's in 5th place. He came in here outside the Classic Cut in 45th. Right now with those points, he'd be 29th and kind of feeling good about his Classic chances.
Well, Cliff Prince says, I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but I'm just going to kind of circle around this place and keep everyone at bay as best I can. I think that's not a bad idea at all. Do you, Dave?
Not a bad idea at all.
That's something you know you've got. Let's don't throw that away in pursuit of something else.
If he holds that blue trophy over his head Sunday afternoon, he might come out here Monday and just circle it around a little more.
I would.
I would too.
What else he got? Of course, next week, speaking of Monday, of course, we've got a big EQ event, a St. Croix Bassmaster Opens event in Oklahoma. Let's take a look at our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ Elite qualifiers. These are anglers who are fishing all 9 St. Croix Bassmaster Opens this year in order to gain access to the Bassmaster Elite Series. In Canada's Evan Kung on top, followed by Dakota Ebert, Easton Fothergill, Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan, Matt Adams, Paul Marks, Josh Butler, Bobby Bakewell, and Bo Browning. And the fact that we've all heard of these guys before, although they haven't fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series, says something about what a strong crop of contenders we have for that status at the end of the season. Got a few events left to go in that one too, and we'll be right back. It's the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Beautiful countryside in this part of the world, a flatter part of Alabama than we're going to be in the next stop. Over at Smith Lake, kind of up in the mountains a little bit, a little foothills of the Appalachians. The general Appalachian range there, and that'll be a different set of conditions for these guys, geography, etc. Cliff Prince, though, the man from Florida, where it's real flat. On the St. Johns River, on top right now. Great day. Stunning day today, as a matter of fact. Really catching them when everybody else was not maybe catching them so much. But Justin Hamner, a reigning world champ, has put a move on, and he has slid into 2nd place. Ray Hanselman Jr. of Texas has had a great tournament so far. Ditto for John Garrett. And we got plenty of fishing left to go on this day. An hour and a half's time for the first flighters. More than that for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th flight anglers coming into Ingalls Harbor for weigh-in time, which begins at 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com. Let's get out to John Crews. John Crews, a 2-time winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
and with the elites for the entire length of their existence.
Feels small. Be big. Oh, yes. Look, 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 look. It's a largemouth. He ate the entire magic worm. Well, keep begging for a bite and you get a bite. He's down in there. Let's see. Dr. Cruz is in the house. Calling Dr. Cruz. Calling.
One that size is not the objective today, but successful
Goodbye,
removal of the worm and hook. A little bit of a sigh of relief right there. But Davey, we've got other things to look at.
We've got other things to look at, not little bass from John Cruz. We've got good things to look at. Big bass from John Cruz on top water earlier this morning. That music tells me one thing. Power pole replay of the day, John Cruz struggled a little bit this morning getting on his main river fish. A couple boats, that left out ahead of him this morning were there. That's all part of your boat number and your opportunity to be at place first or not. But John Cruz had this little sneaky place that he used so well back in 2016. Yes. And it worked out for him good again this morning. Power pole replay of the day, John Cruz, top water. We always love to see that walking top water lure and a 5-pounder.
Catch of the week so far on our show, for sure.
Absolutely is.
Backed it up with a 3-pounder from that same little corner there. It was good stuff.
Pretty important catch down the leaderboard. Trey McKinney with a 2-pounder. Get inside the cut right now at 45th.
Playing video games out here. Seemed like the lack of current has kind of made things tougher up there on that grass bite, so I figured I'd come back down here and see if I get lucky. And I mean, really, we need one quality fish to really bump us up. I think catching, another 3 to 4 pounders is going to be tough as the bite is. So, kind of switching gears, see if I can get one deeper. Had the magic worm, just got one less than quality size. We'll just put it that way. I smelled milk on his breath, and put it that way. But I'm just fishing real slow with the Missile Baits magic worm, drop shot, scoping. You can kind of see a little rocky ledge right there. That's where that fish was sitting dead on it. I don't see a lot, you can see a couple sitting right dead on it. But it's hard to say whether they're bass because this place is absolutely full of drum and catfish, all that kind of stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and maybe make one more cast out there. Went down just past that little ledge, kind of through on the shallow side, I believe. The wind's blowing us just this way a little bit.
I said Kyoya Fujita's in trouble. He fell from 56 in AOI to 66. He just landed a 5-pounder.
Wow.
Got to 61st place. Got 11:15 on the day. And as AOI puts him back around 55th.
Wow.
With hopes.
Changes everything, a 5-pounder.
Yes. That is the gold standard out here for sure. Back to John Garrett. Been a while since John put his last keeper in the boat. He's looking to score, and perhaps now is the time.
Feels small.
No?
Yeah. I say there ain't much pullback on that one.
It is a bass.
It is a bass. Now how I'm gonna get my hooks out? That's a different question.
John Garrett was 23rd at the Open, the EQ race last year here at Wheeler. Helped him achieve his goal of making it to the Elite Series, and boy, he has made a difference out here in a very short period of time. Of course, he's been playing in the background for a long period of time as well. He's had a lot of big-time performances on the water, just hasn't quite been able to bust through to the elites, and now he's here. Back to Cliff Prince, who's been here 14 years.
Golly, he's bleeding like a stuck pig.
Not going to help Cliff Prince.
No.
Doesn't have anything anywhere near that small in his live well.
Jay Shakir moving up to 13th. He's got 15 pounds on the day. He could leave here inside the top 10 in AOY.
Oh, Sneaky Jay. He just always finds his way in about the top 20, top 25.
Sometimes he does it at the start of the tournament. Sometimes he does it at the finish of the tournament, but he always puts a couple of good days together, it seems like.
Great. Yeah. No, when I'm talking about decisions, this afternoon, I'm pleased with my decision making today. Although it's like maybe my weight doesn't really reflect it. I just know I'm fishing tomorrow, and that was my first goal. I just knew that this place it's one of those fisheries that it's so easy to flip flop, like have 20 pounds and then next day like close to blank. So I'm just pumped that I have what I have. I'm almost positive it's enough to fish tomorrow, and now we can just kind of hopefully try to relocate the fish that got me that day one bag. They definitely slid off of where I've been catching them, and so I let it rest for a little bit, and now I'm trying to revisit it, but kind of approaching it in a different way. You know, I think when you have a lot of eelgrass present, these bass will, you know, I think that they'll use the edge and the eelgrass as these highways to ambush. And my live well yesterday was completely chock full with big shad and a couple of eels. So, I mean, it tells me that they're definitely feeding up on that kind of stuff. But today was like, I was about to go and make a run 15 miles down south, and I just thought to myself, you know what, might as well just go back to where you caught the first fish, just really slow down and pick it apart, and then we were able to get a limit there. So that decision really paid off. I feel good about that one, and now we're just slowly just chucking away, just grinding. I swear, I'm really curious what the heat index is, because it literally feels like it's 105 degrees right now. So my buddy Carl and I are so wet in out here. Schmuckheim hot, you know, as you'd say in Hawaii. Whole bugger's hot, yeah. But staying hydrated. Got some nice ice cold drinks inside the Bass Cat, and my Yeti coolers are keeping everything nice and crispy. I'd be really, eat it. Huh, that was a good bass. A good bass. Chased me all the way back to the boat. It's funny how these things will, if they're not in the feeding mode, they'll follow a bait. When you're fishing a vibrating jig like this, it's always important to make sure you're imparting some type of action, because if you're just straight winding it and just feeling that blade go, yeah, that gets bit, but it's usually if you do a quick little half turn like that, if you're fishing I just got bit. If you're fishing a fast gear ratio reel, like this is an 8-to-1. That's a tree. But yeah, it's important to impart different speeds into a vibrating jig, because that's what really triggers these fish. Because they'll be chasing it down because they can feel the vibration really well with ease, but the triggering aspect, it's just kind of like glide baiting around cover. You want to make sure that you're presenting an opportunity for that bass to actually make that strike. So keep in mind when you're fishing moving baits that's something always good to do. And because I know it can be, you kind of get in the mode of just like going down a bank and just mindlessly chucking and winding, but that will actually you just kind of let your mind go, which isn't good. You want to make sure that you're constantly thinking like, okay, what's going on? What are these fish wanting? Sometimes I've gotten on bites where I had to throw the vibrating jig up super shallow, rip, pause, rip, boom, and that's when they would eat it. So we're gonna keep working this grass line up here, hopefully get rid of the 2 squeakers that I got, and we still got some time.
His best tournament this year was Lake Fork, 11th place, 48th at Toledo Bend. His best finish was 3rd last year at the Sabine, where it's also hot right now. I feel safe saying
guarantee
that
you,
right
if you
now.
want to feel hot, you can go to Sabine River.
You want to really get a dose of it, go down there right now.
Here we go.
Be big, I don't know. No. No.
Well, the size hasn't been there as well for John Garrett today, but he's caught a lot of fish, just steady, probably a dozen, 15
In danger of missing the cut, Trey McKinney caught a 2.5 pounder. He's up to 36th place. Hamner was within 22 points. Now he's 38 back.
Well, changing his fortunes just a little bit. Trey McKinney saving himself some points there, for sure. Getting that. Oh yeah, getting that margin knocked down a little bit.
May not win Angler Year today, but he might not lose it today.
Very important not to lose it if you're in a campaign like he is on. Cliff Prince, though, the man on top with a good, solid lead over Justin Hamner, Ray Hanselman, John Garrett, and Alex Redwine. Plenty more time to fish here on Wheeler Lake. Whataburger Bass Master Elite from Decatur, Alabama, one of the great cities along the mighty Tennessee River. Decatur is our local host, along with Morgan County Tourism. These folks make it a very great place to have a big-time bass tournament here. They constructed this terrific facility, the Ingalls Harbor there, that is just perfect for a tournament of this size or even bigger. And this gives a real hospitable atmosphere for all our anglers, our fans, our crews, and everyone who works on putting one of these things together. Right now, we are into the afternoon session here. A little bit more than an hour's fishing time left to go. And Cliff Prince on top, the man from Florida, leading this tournament pretty much most of today. So great to be able to bring you the live coverage all day today. Up here at our vantage point, here is the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Davey Hite, Tommy Sanders. Ronnie Moore, a bit under the weather. He tried to tough it out this morning, came in and actually put in the morning. Hats off to him. For again, he thought better go home and focus on recovery a little bit right there so he can bring it on the weekend. Speaking of bringing it, let's talk to our man Dave Mercer there. On site, great on-location coverage. You and Tom earlier, Dave. We appreciate all of that. Tell us something about the conditions there. What is it like on location?
Well, I hate to hear about Ronnie, but I got to be honest. As a bulbous Canadian, I feel the same. Maybe I should take the afternoon off and prepare for the weekend because it is. Well, when Matty Wong is saying how hot and humid it is, you know it. I mean, he's from Hawaii and he's quite svelte. So it's good to hear him whining about it because you'll hear. We're going to play a drinking game. For the number of times you hear the word hot on stage, me and tournament director Chris Bose were just talking about it. Every time have a drink there, and you'll never make the end of the weigh-in is the truth, because anglers are going to talk about the heat, but we do have a little bit of wind here today, so I guess it's somewhat hospitable, but this is the time of the season, guys. We talk about it every year where the pressure kind of ratchets up. I mean, Ronnie talked about it on his podcast about who is kind of mathematically eliminated from the podcast, or not from the podcast, but from the Bassmaster Classic. So you can see a lot more pressure on anglers, and these humid conditions don't make it any easier, but they are the best in the world, and as we saw, they are delivering. And here's the one thing that stood out to me. Davey Height, you made this point. It was the power pole point of the tournament, if you ask me, and it was that you cannot circle a date on a calendar, because coming to this event, everybody talking about forward-facing sonar, they said Wheeler Lake, it's going to be a forward-facing sonar fest. We have seen a wide variety of different angling conditions, and it's not dominating this event like many would have assumed coming into it.
Totally agree. Dave, I've got a little something for you here. I mean, I'm used to heat. I'm from South Carolina and that sort of thing. I understand you being from Canada, you're not. And I miss you, brother, I really do. But we're in studio and I'm drinking coffee. And I know sometimes we do little challenges. I challenged you to eat an oyster from a fine restaurant in Georgetown, South Carolina, and you did. And then disgusting pickled pig feet was my option. So I'm just going to be nice to you today. Would you take the challenge? I'll drink hot coffee while I'm in studio at 72 degrees. How about you throw down on a big old snow cone or a double, triple ice cream dipped in chocolate? How about that? Would you go for that today?
Are you kidding me? I mean, deliver them every 10 anglers. I'll plow through those things like a lawnmower. No problem. I'm all in. And just so you know, your pig's feet, they were Big John's. I mean, they were top-class pig's feet. I got the best of the best pig's feet, and it was all about Woo Pig Suey. But, yes, keep sending those snow cones, or I don't know about the chocolate. I mean, I'll get a little, not so much here nor here, but right in this region, it'll be all over me. So just keep sending the snow cones and the ice cream, and I bet you I can eat it quicker than it can melt.
On a serious note, though, honestly, through the years, you've seen so many anglers, weighed their fish, talked to them on stage, anglers that, have a tough tournament, anglers that win tournaments, extremely cold events, hot events. Tell us about mentally the difference you see in anglers, let's say at takeoff in the morning. Some already talking about how hot it's going to be and how tough the fishing is after early in the morning versus anglers that have a different attitude and just, they just deal with those conditions and how they seem to be more or less successful depending on their attitude before they ever take off in the mornings.
Davey, we've talked about it before. I really think we're seeing this sport continue to evolve. I mean, if you look back in the history of the sport, we've seen so many different things that, KVD made it a much quicker, faster game, a much more athletic game. Now you see how much our anglers train, and there's a lot of them, and I think Lee Livesey is a prime example. He talked about it this week, and he said, it's not even what you do when you're here. It's what you do before you arrive here, the week leading up to this. It's about getting your body hydrated before you're in it, because, we all know when you do start dealing with some heat stroke and things like that, it's too late. It's like being seasick. If you ever ask somebody, hey, am I seasick? It's too late. You're already seasick, and that's what these heat conditions are like. So you do see anglers taking it a lot more seriously. Somebody like Lee Livesey, who lives in Texas, you'd think so used to it, but it is really extreme, and to be out here, and for the first time, we're just starting to get a breeze, and for the love of God, I hope it sticks around for weigh-in. but we have been flat calm here for 2 days. So it's been really stagnant, really humid. But I think the majority of the anglers take it real serious. You see anglers with big tubs of water. You see anglers drinking a lot in the morning, not so much coffee. They're drinking as much water as they can get in because they're going to lose a lot of it through sweat throughout the day.
Dave, we appreciate everything there. Our own Dave Mercer, he's a strong man. He remains cool, calm, and collected no matter what the conditions are out there. And we hats off to him and Tom again for giving us a great on location outside doing their job today, just like all of our anglers, including Matty Wong, who just caught another one. Looks like it's going to be a keeper for him. Yes, sir, that is going in the box for Matty Wong. And you know, it's so warm out there that the signal travels so slowly we have a big gap between conversations when we talk to Dave. So that's how warm it
is. I really like these Bass Cat live wells because they have a lot of space to swim around in, but it can also get sketchy in a hurry with the little ones because they can easily fit down in the crevice down here. So I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay, so we're gonna put cold clips on these, balance beam these guys out.
So as an angler, I would check and double check and make sure you double check correctly on 5 fish in the live well, because obviously you can't possess 6.
Sure.
You get penalized. But I'm so glad our limit is at like 12. 18.
We'd spend half our time watching guys sort through all those fish.
It would be entertaining, wouldn't it?
No, not at all. It would not be. It would be tedious. It would be tough.
Wes Logan just moved into 10th place, knocking Matty Wong down a notch.
Wes Logan, who hovered around that spot most of the day yesterday, between 7th and 10th place.
I'm fine with seeing Wes Logan with a camera again tomorrow if he's in the Elk River throwing frog and flipping a jig.
Yeah.
I want to ask Dave and Tom Abraham that Alabamans aren't doing so bad. There's 6 in our top 30. I think
it's a lot
8 of the 13 in the top 50. That's not too shabby.
They're used to the heat, Suge, obviously.
Oh, want to still get that
Get them a
smooth
Whataburger
bite,
chocolate shake is what they
but want to finesse and kind of have something that's kind of sneaky. Haven't seen too much.
I'm curious to talk to Justin Hamner this afternoon and see
There's
if
a bunch
he's
of
caught
cool
his fish up at the Gunnersville, behind the Gunnersville Dam. I said yesterday morning I thought it could be someone up there if a group doesn't go up there, and it doesn't look like Will Davis and Justin Hamner are the two that have been up there today. Steve Kennedy a little yesterday, but there's potential there to catch 20 pounds every day, in my opinion.
9.6, so I have 10.6.
Maybe not every day, but a couple days,
Yeah.
and then back it up with a 16, 17, which would be solid. And you really think about the weights that everyone predicted, for the most part, it would take to win here. You'd have to have a couple 20-pound days and then a couple 16, 17s. Cliff Prince has got the two most difficult tasks accomplished. If he takes them to the scales, obviously, he has to get there with them and weigh them, but his lead doesn't look that big on Bass Track, but to have 2 of your 4 days, 20-pound range already in the bag, so to speak, Cliff Prince is definitely in the driver's seat in this event so far.
He's getting the work done, laying the foundation for a win.
Have to think about this, though. Saturday morning,
They moved on this stuff.
Decatur Flats, Thursday, Friday fishing on these, Gunnersville, anywhere on the Tennessee River gets a lot of pressure in June.
Right.
Saturday morning, there could be some local pressure on Cliff Prince tomorrow morning. I don't think any other tournament
That's a good point.
competitors will be there, but there certainly could be locals there.
Let's take a look at what he's, just a few of the highlights. He had a lot of highlights during the course of this day here. And you're right, earlier is going to be worse too, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
With the heat all up and so forth.
Yep, absolutely. Cliff Prince with a great showing yesterday. We didn't have a camera with him yesterday, but I talked to him last night, and basically it went down exactly like it did today, according to him. Started out catching most of his fish on a half-ounce vibrating jig with a Little Boss swim bait, shad colored, and that's the way he caught most of his fish. The thing that's so interesting, when he told me the story last night and then we witnessed it today, it seemed like the size of the fish got better as that sun got higher. And that's not what we heard from any of these anglers.
Yeah.
So he caught his that's his last fish that when he backed off of the place. The biggest fish we saw him catch on line.
Yeah.
And it's so unusual this time of the year on the Tennessee River for the size to go up.
We got to declare it. Absolutely. The marathon peak performance for the day, there's no question about that. No doubt in anyone's mind. It's the one and only Cliff Prince.
And I think those weights are very conservative.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That 3.0, I don't remember seeing him keep a 3.0 there later in the day. So, and that's showing him at 19.8. So I think it's very possible he's at 20 or 21 pounds.
What a great happening for him. I mean, he's had a tough year, has not made a single cut throughout the course of this 2024 elite season, and he's made one now. I think we can put the hammer down. He has made the cut, the 50 cut for sure. Cliff Prince's best finish ever was a third place in Okeechobee back in 2017. May be able to better that as well.
There between Champlain.
It's super hot.
Here we go.
Everywhere
Whataburger
in the country,
Bassmaster Elite
but on
at
Tennessee
Wheeler
River,
Lake.
The bass have a choice to get in the air conditioner, and that's what the current is. It's cooler water, more oxygen, and if you are not in a place that current can get to, you're not around a school of bass. You can be around individuals, but when there's no current, they tend to hang out and they actually start moving deeper. They move deeper quicker when there's no current. When there is current, it kind of positions them on structure and cover, but when there's no current, they tend to space out and they swim deeper. But one good day could, man, you could gain a lot of points. So these tough tournaments are great opportunities to make up ground, but they're also kind of sketchy. You can lose a lot as well.
John Garrett's points about seasons and bass fishing remind me what you stated eloquently this morning. You know, a lot of people, you know, want that wind to crank up so they can catch more fish, but there's a certain percentage of them, the ones that are catching them now, would just be just fine with it laying down flat and maybe kind of handcuff everybody a little bit.
Cliff Prince is certainly one of them, no doubt about it. He doesn't want conditions to change one bit.
Cliff Prince of Florida, Justin Hamner of Alabama, Ray Hanselman, Texas, John Garrett, Tennessee, Alex Redwine, I believe, Ohio, John Cox from Florida, John Cruz of Virginia, Matty Wong from Hawaii, Alex Wetherill from Connecticut.
Connecticut?
Yeah. So we got a lot of variety amongst our top 10 as it stands right now, but the big thing is top 50. That's what our 100 anglers, we're still fishing hard out there. The imperative, make the top 50 so you can fish again on Saturday.
All right, we're down to the last hour. Gotta make something happen. Came back up here along this main river grass. It's just been super slow on this grass. No, I guess that they're not pulling as much current and they're just not biting as good. So I've been trying, trying different baits, trying to get them going. Had some bump in it, which, happens when they're not eating it as good. You'll get some bump in it. But trying different baits and just bouncing around, went back, tried to hit some stuff right below the ramp to no avail. So we're back up here, flailing along the main river. See if we can have a little pay dirt here in the last half hour. I've been saying it for the last couple hours. I just need, I think one big, one decent bite will really help in the standings. I've got that one that's just a little under 2 pounds. If we can get another decent fish to get that one out, then we'll have about as good as we could have done, I believe. Executed pretty well so far. Try to keep that up. I'm just kind of watching the scope and perspective and trying to stay along the edge.
John Crews, we've got him at 13.4 on Bass Track right now. Had an 18-plus day yesterday.
Do erratic retrieves, trying everything, man. Sometimes when they're biting good, you can just reel it. And sometimes you have to kind of like coax them into biting it.
Looking at his graph there, that's
definitely
one thing that separates
not biting it as well
Wheeler
as
from
yesterday.
a lot of these other lakes on the Tennessee River, the depth. You see where he's at. It's the main river. He's a little upstream of Decatur Flats, and he's 150 yards offshore, and it's 4 feet deep.
Yeah.
A lot of these fish, exactly like where Cliff Prince is fishing, a lot of these fish spend a good bit of the summer so shallow that you really can't ride over them and graph with traditional side imaging, down imaging, 2D, and that sort of thing. They spend a lot of the summer less than 10 feet deep, and it makes them more difficult to just idle over and graph like you see anglers do in most of the Tennessee River fisheries. And when they are this shallow, because of the current is much slower yesterday and today, but because of that water flowing and moving and tumbling, the water temperature and the water quality at surface versus the bottom there at 4 feet deep is all the same. Heard Greg Hackney talking about the fish biting his jig. Had one fish in 2 days bite the jig on the bottom. That's
right,
a big, big key, being able to catch fish flipping vegetation or wood, any cover really, is where those fish are located relating to that cover. And when one's a foot under the surface, the other one's on the bottom, it makes you fish from top to bottom, where what you want to do is figure out if those fish are close to the surface or on the bottom, and you eliminate those places that they're not going to be, so you can be much more efficient. You spend more time with your jig on the bottom if those fish are relating to the bottom, or just opposite if they're up suspended in the water column.
Back to John Cox. Been a while since we've checked in on John. He hasn't made a lot of headway during the course of the day. He has got the limit, and he's still under 10 pounds. Dropped from first place to 6th.
Went across the lake.
I was going to ask. He has moved, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think we're gonna go see if Fighter will let us get by him. Hopefully, maybe they won't shoot anymore for a little bit. Okay. They just brought out the bigger guns. All right, one more cast.
The range is obviously right around the corner.
People will know exactly where he's at now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, come on. Keep moving.
Yeah, when you're close to a gun range, keep moving.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Keep moving away.
That's what they say at the fair, anyway.
Yes, yes. Aha.
That's where he is.
And he is downrange.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
I think he's safe where he's at downrange, but yeah.
Get some earplugs.
I don't think I'd go any further east there. Right out in the middle of the Decatur Flats.
don't need to be talking about that, do we?
All right. You're alive. Give us an update today. How are we feeling?
Man, I feel pretty good about today. I feel like I got as much or maybe a little more than what I had yesterday. I know it's been like watching cars rust this afternoon, but I did accidentally make a cast over there late in the day and caught a 2-pounder, so there are still some fish there. So we're gonna just ease around out here and fish around, maybe get lucky, catch one. But we're basically biding our time to start at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And good Lord willing, there's 5 4-pounders over there for tomorrow and the next day. So we'll say our prayers and hopefully they bite tomorrow and we get to make it to Sunday and they bite again.
That's a good promo for our coverage early tomorrow. Join us at 7 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We heard John Cruz talking about when they're biting, sometimes you just reel it in. That's what was happening to him out there. He was just throwing it out there, reeling it in, and couldn't get it back.
Really was. And when he didn't reel a bass in, it was because he missed a bass. A lot of those casts this morning, he was either hooked up or he would miss a fish or 2 on each cast. It's amazing, though. It really isn't, but it's eye-opening when he leaves that one area and just continues to fish Decatur Flats. He doesn't catch anything.
No.
It shows you how easy it isn't for most of the other anglers that didn't find what he found. I know I mentioned it yesterday, but it just keeps coming to mind. I talked to Cliff on the phone at length about a week ago and how positive he was about his year, even though it was shaping up to be the worst year he's ever had. And there was different things here and there that were out of his control, and then there were some things that he said, hey, I just made a bad choice. I should have turned left. I turned right. But it's great to see him do well here this week after having a rough go at it.
Yeah, Cliff Prince showing us, as you say, how easy it can't be sometimes if you just move a few feet one way or the other. Cliff with his 14 years elite experience. Greg Hackney's been here for the whole elite experience and more, 25 years. Greg Hackney has been out here performing at a very, very high level, and he's been doing that at this tournament. There's some footage from earlier today.
Really has. Got off to a good start yesterday morning. Caught a fair amount of his fish yesterday morning. He said he expected to catch some on a Strike King Sexy Dog, but because of the eelgrass on the surface, he couldn't fish that, but ended up fishing a buzzbait yesterday morning, catching small fish. He started out with a jig this morning. That's how he caught his bigger fish yesterday. He said, I'm gonna just go straight to the jig. Started catching fish early and often, but the size just has not been there. And when I say size, I'm not talking about another 7-pound, 9-ounce bass like he caught yesterday, but just those 3s and 4s have not been there for Greg Hackney today. But through the years, certainly has been there. Look at there, 2014 Angler of the Year, total winnings, $2.8 million.
Active leader. Almost always up there in the standings. So many classics he has attended here. Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge is just charting just a little bit of the many, many accolades headed toward the man from Gonzales, Louisiana, originally from the state of Arkansas, Greg Hackney.
When's the last elite win? 3 of them, I'm trying to think. I know he won.
Sabine, maybe? Was the last?
That's it. That's
Sabine
it. That's
River.
it. I knew it wasn't very long ago, but I just couldn't think of it. That's it. Sabine River.
Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, all about Greg Hackney this time. We're lucky enough to have him. I imagine we're going to have him around tomorrow for sure, and maybe even through the remainder of this tournament here.
we look forward to it. He's always figuring things out, doing some amazing things. He gets in the right position. Cliff Prince, though, the man still on top, our defending world champion Justin Hamner, is the closest to him. Ray Hanselman, John Garrett, the rookie, who's already won this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Alex Redwine from Ohio, John Cox, John Cruz, Alex Wetherill, Matty Wong, and Wes Logan of Alabama, another Alabaman in our top 10 for now. The mighty Tennessee River here, the side of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. You know, a little recreational traffic there. You know, this river starts up in the Smoky Mountains, flows the Holston and French Broad rivers down to Knoxville, and then makes the Tennessee, which runs through Tennessee and through the state of Alabama here, and up through Kentucky Lake there, and joins the Ohio River and out to the mighty Mississippi. It's a big, big body of water with a lot to offer bass fishing fans and bass anglers. And there's your top 10 so far. We get closer and closer to the end of our fishing day here on day number 2. It's going to be a moment of reckoning, or several moments of reckoning, when the weigh-in starts at 3 Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. And only 50 will survive to fish on through semifinal Saturday. Cliff Prince and Justin Hamner, Ray Hanselman, John Garrett looking, well, all of that top 10 looking good to make it to the Saturday round, but then you got to make the top 10. You got to be on that list at the end of the day tomorrow. Only the top 10 fish on Championship Sunday.
Tommy, I've got the total reveal here. After many, many days of fishing on the Tennessee River, one thing I can guarantee you I learned: on Friday afternoon, Saturday, or Sunday, when you see a pontoon that on the side says pontoon rentals, steer clear, my friend. Steer
you
clear.
don't know what's going to happen with that vehicle.
You do not have any idea. Neither does the person driving that vessel most often.
I can imagine. Good point. That's everybody should put a sign that says that in their boat.
Yes.
Head to that dock and bring a video camera sometimes.
Don't forget about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Scan the QR code and get started on it. It's never too late to get in on the action. It's a lot of fun. And get to root for your favorites or pick new favorites or use a dartboard, however you like to win. You can get her done.
Had the pleasure of taking the last 2-year winners, Rapala Fantasy Fishing, on a fishing trip. And one winner was a lot of research with one dart every event.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was almost like you had to have one off
random.
the wall. Just got to be a random, something that no one else will pick, and hope you hit it. This past season was someone that just researched, and it worked out. But
I like the one dart thing. That sounds more fun than just all work and no play.
Yep.
Cliff Prince, he says he's kind of out there just placeholding, sort of just not getting too serious about it.
Every now and then in my career, I was in this position. You know, you're just hanging out till weigh in. You don't want to beat up your area. Such a long, long day.
Oh gosh,
such a
yeah,
long
when you're not,
day.
Yeah.
Just going through those motions, and you tell yourself, "There's got to be another place on Decatur Flats like that," but hard to find. Hard to find. Everywhere is just second best.
Now these guys will be checking in. I don't know what flight Cliff's in. Could be checking in as early as 30 minutes from now. And there's nothing he can do about it after that. I mean, it's a fair game for anyone else.
He's in the
after
last
that.
flight.
Oh, well, good. He gets to protect it a little longer.
Morning.
TH Marine weather watch for tomorrow. Going to be another hot one, 96 degrees. A little bit of humidity, or maybe a good bit of humidity. Low tonight or tomorrow night of 73 degrees. 6-mile-an-hour winds, which better than nothing.
Absolutely, 6 mile an hour. As you say, a lot better than nothing. Go a long way, just that little breeze. Be surprised if Cliff stays to the last minute. He'll probably not go in with the first flight, but I would think he would give himself, even though he's really close, give himself an extra 10 minutes or so to make sure he checks in on time.
Yeah, you don't want to jeopardize a great limit like the one he's got. Be interesting to see what it officially turns up as at weigh-in time. Listed as 19.8 right now.
Such, are we looking like 24 is going to be the number? We talked about that some yesterday to make the 50 cut.
Pounds.
24 pounds.
At 12.10, and right now, let's go look down there. You got Tyler Rivette at 21.10, so that's a little bit short now, but
they're always a little
guys, light. Yeah, they're light on their estimates.
Be right around that.
There's some who haven't reported in.
Right.
Off the grid. Okay.
I'd say 24 is going to be
right about
right.
About the middle.
Oh, you think today was a little bit stingier, where maybe a little bit under? Like Cherry and Walters are right there at 23 even. They're in 38, 39th.
Well, none of us, when we shut her down right in here yesterday, none of us had an idea that John Cox was going to be the man on top with over 22 pounds, so you never know.
Well, he and Matty Wong caught a couple good ones late. They were, after we shut down, they caught 5-pounders, 4-pounders.
Yeah.
That Matty Wong's 410 came at 304.
Oh, wow.
One of the last 6 fish caught, or 4 fish caught.
Mm-hmm.
He caught a 5.2 20 minutes before that. John Cox, of course, he put his in as a 4 and a 3. Came right at 2 o'clock, right after we shut down.
Did he really put that?
Yeah.
Big one in as a 4?
Well, I'm not sure. I think so.
I bet he did. I bet he did. Just having fun.
Said our Japanese anglers were in danger of falling outside classic contention, but Taco Ito's got 8 pounds today, and right now it says he's 56 in AOI, about where he started. But Fujita with that 5-pounder, he's in 57th, and he started 55th in AOI. I think he's moved up even. Depending on the other guys who come in. He's 52nd right now.
They've both got Champlain and St. Lawrence in their future as well.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly.
We think of them and guys like Gussie and
Gussie was doing okay yesterday at some point here. I haven't checked in.
Yeah, he had a solid day yesterday.
Yeah.
He's got
like
5 for 8
14
today.
pounds
so
or so?
45th right now. He's got 22.5 total. He's
good for him.
right near the cut. He's 47th in AOI, even with a 45th place finish. John Garrett, actually, who started the week 12th, and AOI is up to 5th right now. 4th place in the tournament.
Looking at the standings, Lee Livesey, I talked to last week, had never been here before. We see him in 12th place. How can Jordan Lee be struggling like he is with all the knowledge he has of the Tennessee River in general, and certainly here at Wheeler? And Lee Livesey show up and just a solid,
do as well as he has.
20, yeah.
I guess for the same reason that Lee Livesey can struggle on Lake Fork.
Yeah.
I've seen him do that.
Yeah.
Not often.
Not often, no, but it's notable when he does.
And Jordan Lee has 4 fish for 3.5 pounds. 80th place. I think this one threw a lot of guys for a curveball. Joseph Webster, who fantasy pick, and David Mullins, they're behind him in the 80s. They're behind Jordan Lee.
Oh, yeah, a lot of picks for Mullins. This one, you know, Tennessee.
Brandon Lester as well. He's off Bass Track today, though, so he could have a better showing than 7-11 on day one.
Yeah, I expected to see Brandon Lester, even though he said, hey, I struggled in practice, I'm going to start shallow. I expected to see him out fishing offshore.
You heard that through the weigh-in all day yesterday, though. My practice was such a struggle. I didn't catch but one fish. I never got a limit for one day. And then I'm happy to have 12 pounds.
You hear a little of that at every weigh-in, that's for sure. Let's get back over to John Cox. Moved over to the other side of the lake. A similar looking situation.
Only 9 pounds, 5 ounces today on Bass Track. Of course, that could be 14. Doubt it, though. We got a camera.
I don't know. Oh.
Oh, I think we upgraded.
Yeah, you got a little ounce or two out of that one.
Yeah, I think a little help.
Not by much.
Little help for him.
Hey. I don't know, I got one 12-incher I need to get rid of still. And then I got like maybe 2 3s and maybe a 2. You got them? Oh, nice. Well, that should be good. What'd you have yesterday?
I'm anxious to know who he's talking to way back up that creek.
When you fishing downrange from a shooting range, you probably talk to yourself quite a lot. I know I would.
Yeah, I'd see.
Look at the mayflies on the water there.
They're coming on strong. John Cruz, who won one of his 2 elite wins. There we go.
There we go. Little top water lure right in the mayflies. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh,
not a bad one either.
Dude, look at that smallmouth.
Definitely help him.
Holy
Smallmouth.
smokes.
Was it a smallmouth?
Yeah.
I think.
Holy cow, dude. Look at that smallmouth, dude.
Yeah, buddy.
Yes. Yes.
I think John's been hooked a time or two. The way I see him.
He's a little
handling
gun
these
shy
fish.
on that, isn't he?
He is.
Dude, what a smallmouth.
Good looking smallmouth.
Good one. Yes.
Wow. Bigger than I thought.
That is going to help the cause, too.
£1.25 upright could get him in 3rd place.
I've shown it to Gerald. He didn't see it. Oh my gosh.
I think that's going to be a. I don't remember the smallest fish, but I'm thinking it's.
We need one bite. We need one bite.
Yeah,
Let's go
that.
top water, baby.
114.
Just under 2.
Maybe 2. That was a solid 3-pounder, don't you think?
Up there snacking on mayflies, maybe.
Yeah, buddy. We might see this one again. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Snacking on mayflies, but thought gizzard shad might taste good right about now.
Exactly. I mean, a little variety.
Yeah. There's the Guntersville Dam. You'd expect to see people down there when the weather gets hot. Fishing a little deeper, a little cooler water.
Some fish catches there.
These are all our fish catches of the day. This view of Wheeler Lake, and just from today.
Yeah, and you see so many of those catches right there close to takeoff at Ingalls Harbor, Decatur Flats. You certainly can catch fish from one end of this lake to the other, but you see where the largest majority of these fish are caught as you get closer to the dam. Fair amount of fish in Elk River, I think. West Logan caught 3/4 of those we're seeing in Elk River, but quite a few on that upper end up there, and certainly West Logan is the one that caught a lot of those.
I added up, put down all the 4-pounders yesterday, and it's over 33 or 4, something around that neck of the woods. Today, we got about 22 over 4 pounds.
Did not turn that water up today mid-morning like they did yesterday. Probably
never turned
biggest
on.
reason for that.
60 miles from the Wheeler Dam up to the Guntersville Dam. Week before last, a big kayak tournament up at Lake Guntersville there. Eric Siddiqui, the winner in that one, with the 180, almost 200 inches of bass from there in Guntersville. I know that was a blast for those guys. Good advertisement for this fast-growing segment of the bass fishing world here, kayak fishing. If you're interested, definitely you need to check out everything that you can find out about it on the Yamaha Rightwaters Bassmaster Kayak Series. There's the QR code for you to scan right there and check out and see everything that Kayak Series has to offer. Maybe you want to be a participant. Maybe you'd like to get in and test your skills in the kayaks, catching big bass. Sounds like fun. We're going to take a break and come right back.
This body of water has been very good to him. I believe he was in the mix in 2016 when we were here last for the Bassmaster Elite Series. So Wheeler, a great place for John Crews.
So today, day one at Lake Wheeler, I had probably about 20 bites total, and that is more than I had in 3 days of practice combined. Really, it's just funny how things can kind of come together sometimes. Today was absolutely one of those days. Shallow or deep is always a question here. You get early June, Alabama, Tennessee River. I think both can be good, but the shallow thing, relatively shallow, I should say, that's really what kind of came together today. I went and fished deep a little bit, wasn't happening, but yeah, it could be a different day tomorrow. So I'm going shallow for today, but I'm not committed totally there yet. Let's go. Got me. Whew. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Oh. Woo.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. John Crews really showed us our best fish I think we've had on camera so far on Bassmaster Live this week, Davey.
Probably the smallmouth and the largemouth.
Maybe
the best
both
too.
varieties, absolutely. That's a double whammy right there. Longtime Bassmaster Elite Series fans will remember John Crews' first win way back in 2010 on the California Delta when he won by 1 ounce. Wow. On that special day. Greg Hackney was third place in that tournament.
That's been a few days ago, hasn't it? 2010. That music right there tells us all we need to know, whether it's 2010 or 2024. It's Power Pole Replay of the Day. John Crews, I think we have a unanimous vote here in Little Rock, Arkansas that the Power Pole Replay today is this walking top water lure. Probably certainly the same type, but maybe the exact same bait that he used in 2016 to secure a third place finish. But we were all waiting on this morning. Little top water love and great camera work there. Seeing the bite, getting this fish in. Slow morning for John Crews at this point, but he has upgraded slow and steady ever since that big help there by the 5-pounder this morning. Yeah. Moving him up probably to what suits about 3rd place on the fish.
I big guy that last fish he put in as a 3-3. He's tied with John Garrett for 4th.
So if that wasn't enough to beat Power Pole Replay today, let's just follow it up a few hours later with a smallmouth hanging out under some mayflies. Same top water lure, brownfish, Tennessee River brownfish. You've got smallmouth, top water.
John Crews fired up about that. What a great career he has had. Again, a 2-time elite champion, one at the Delta in California, as we mentioned, and also down in Florida on the St. Johns River. 28 top 10s through the years. Despite his youthful appearance, he has been out here for the full length of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and certainly a leader in the tackle manufacturing business and tournament fishing, and kind of collaborates with everybody on the direction of the industry. One of those guys we're glad to have around, over $1.5 million in total winnings, and that is your Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge regarding John Crews. There's that 3rd place finisher from the California Delta back in 2010, Greg Hackney. Rick Clunn was also in the top 10 at that time.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, not much has changed. I think maybe since the last time we were live, maybe I culled one time, but still getting a few bites. I mean, it's bad slow, but still fishing for 1 bite. Fish pretty clean, you know. Now I haven't pretty much caught everything that would have made a difference, but still got plenty time. And the good thing is I've done this enough today, I can close my eyes and do it in my sleep. I'll have dreams about
Just joining us, Greg Hackney saying still looking for that 1 bite. He's caught a lot of fish today, and when you catch that many fish, get that many bites on a jig, flipping vegetation, you expect for one of them to be similar to the one he caught yesterday, a 7-pounder, or at least a 5-pounder, but he has not had that opportunity today.
Caleb Kufall, who won one dam up a couple years ago, just caught a 4.5-pounder. He's going the right direction. He's right behind Hackney in 21st. Hackney's fallen with only 8-7 to 20th.
If you've never been to the Decatur Flats, they are much bigger than they appear. Looking at our aerial photos and maps of that place, you could flip a jig for days and days and days and days, and never go back in the same.
Is it just me, or did it get hotter? Boy, it feels like we got off down here close to that track, and I'm like, wow, it's smothering.
Somebody from Gonzales, Louisiana says that. You know it is hot.
Here we go.
Ooh, didn't quite get a commit there.
Thought he was coming, swimming to him.
Boy, right now in our top 10, we got 1 or 2 Cliffs on the tour, 1 or 2 Justins, both Alexes, 3 or 4 Johns, and 1 or 4 Matts, counting Matty Wong. Playing the name game there, Davey.
I hear you, Such.
If you're just checking in, see what has happened today on your Friday during the course of this tournament. It's been Cliff Prince of Florida, the veteran. out there getting it done in a big way today. We think he might have as much as 20 pounds. He's taken over the lead and leading the way into, at least for now, until it's all official release, leading the way into semifinal Saturday.
John Cox yesterday with 22.2, but after talking to him, I think he knew that it'd be real hard to duplicate that. It was in a small pond area in the very back of Spring Creek. Only caught 7 bass yesterday and just stayed in there most of the day today. And I think he left there with 3. Only one solid fish.
Yeah.
Just the old saying, you caught them all. Well, maybe he actually caught them all in that pond.
There's not a lot of places to stuff them in there. It's a small area. But he fished true to his nature, that's for sure.
Yes, he did.
Which he always does. You got to admire him for that.
You know, 20 years ago, a lot of anglers did that or could do that and have enough good finishes to stay, you know, keep qualifying for the Classic or an Angler of the Year or whatever it may be and win now and then. But other than John Cox just going and fishing the way he wants to every day, you're hard pressed to find another angler you can say truly day in and day out does that now.
Yeah,
because
no. Well, anglers on their way in, especially those first flighters, and one of those, another man who's had a good day out there today, and that is the one and only John Crews.
Oh man, so we hunted and pecked our way to a decent bag, about as good as you could expect. You know, as tough as the bite was on the river, it's kind of odd, but just kept moving and adjusting, and man, it worked out. We got 5 decent bites. Should keep us on up there pretty good. So we'll have to we'll see what happens, and I ain't even thinking about tomorrow yet. It's gonna be tough.
He's going to be there no matter what. It's tough or not. That's the good news for John Crews and a lot of the anglers that we have spent the day with today. What a great day to spend with Cliff Prince out there, really having the high point of his season right before our eyes.
What a day he has had. Yesterday was the day for John Cox. We had some fun with him today. Caught this big one on a swim jig, a couple on a frog. Always fun to be with John Cox, whether he's catching 22 pounds or 12 pounds.
Absolutely. One of the rising stars for sure. He's been one for a long time in the sport of bass fishing. Just now on the Elite Series, though, John Garrett.
Beautiful.
Great start yesterday. Backed it up. Managed to remain in our top 10 through the course of the day. And John Crews, man. Biggest largemouth, biggest smallmouth we saw all day.
Yeah, absolutely, and both on top water. Both on top water.
He gets a lot of points for that.
Yes, he does.
Great having you with us today. We're going to be coming your way tomorrow morning. Away in 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, that's almost now on Bassmaster.com. Find out who's going to make it to semifinal Saturday. Should be a lot of fun there. Ingalls Harbor. Coverage starts on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. We'll have additional coverage on Bassmaster.com. Should be a big day of fishing as we have 50 anglers down to 50 on Wheeler Lake. Gunning for 10 spots on Championship Sunday. We'll see you 8 a.m. tomorrow.